It helps if you open your camera lens. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with a one-shot this evening of Masters of the Universe. This is a version of the Expedition engine that I put together a little while back. I think this is the third one-shot that I've run with it, and I'm hoping to have a lot of fun. I know it's going to be a blast. The show just dropped last week, and we were just talking about that before we got started here. I'm very excited to bring tonight this story. It's called The Gatekeeper. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug whatever they would like to plug, tell you where you can find them on the internet, etc., and then we can get started. Before I do that, because you never know with these kinds of things, if foul language and mature content are things that bother you, don't watch it. Don't watch this game. Matter of fact, don't watch anything on my channel. You have been forewarned. So, now I will pass you over to... We'll start with Jay.
Yeah, obviously. Hello, everyone. I'm Jay, also known as Neofet3 on the socials. You can find me on Twitter and Twitch there. Tonight, I'm assuming you wanted a little character introductions?
Yeah, if you want to. Sure.
So I'm playing Nim, the spinning spear. He is he's a young, tactician. He was an orphan, but raised by Ram Man, and has a unknown who his mother is. But he's very flamboyant, but he's very, a cross between a spear master and yeah, that's pretty much, because I just lost it. So, hey, that's me.
That's good. That's good. A mix between a spearmaster and a spearmaster. It's a good thing to be mixed. Purebred. That's what we call that. Yeah, man, I'm excited. I think this is the second game that I've gotten a chance to run for you, so I'm excited to do that. Yeah, happy to have you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, next up we have Alan.
Hello, everybody. My name's Alan. You can find me on pretty much any of the social platforms at CFTRPG, and I have been given fabulous magical powers, and that's why I'm here. I'm playing Prince Dare, who is a valiant, headstrong noble who is looking to prove his worth, finding adventure, and we'll see what his young teenage hormones what trouble those will get him into in this adventure. So I'm looking forward to it. And I'm excited. I'm excited to be back in Eternia for the second time.
Absolutely. Yeah, teenage hormones should be interesting. Hopefully there's not any of that kind of stuff on this game. But we'll see. You never know. The night's young. All right. Next, we have Jeff.
Hey, you can't really find me anywhere, as in I just like to join games and play and have fun. So that's the whole thing, and discovering the new people to play with, so enjoying that. Second time I'm playing with Jeremy, as in we had the Mad Max game, and now totally different universe. And I'm going for Bikor, which is, this whole war that happened a few years back. I wasn't really part of it, as in the wind in my hair, just riding my bike all over the place and trying to learn, where things are. And that's why I'm here, because those guys, they were busy fighting, so they never knew the way to anywhere. So I'll get them around.
Excellent. Yeah, very happy to have you as well. Like you mentioned before, we got the chance to play in that Mad Max game, which was a ton of fun. And I'm happy to welcome you to Eternia. Last but certainly not least, we have Lloyd.
It's me. That's my name. I'm Lloyd, and I did my first ever Twitch stream today, like an hour before this game. I had a YouTube channel. I didn't really like it very much, so now I have a Twitch thing instead. I'm running a game there tomorrow where dudes are going to play some high-level drow and are probably going to kill each other before they complete the mission, if you want to see that. And yeah, I'm playing Shieldor, who is a protective soldier. He's a veteran sort of bodyguard and warrior in defense of Eternia and of the king, and sort of now in charge of making sure that Prince Dare doesn't get himself into too much trouble. He is entirely devoid of teenage hormones.
I guess we'll see, because again, the knight is young.
Who knows?
Excellent. Yeah, I'm very excited. I have a deep love for He-Man that goes back all the way to my childhood. It's a long distance. So yeah, I'm really excited to get to this tonight. If there are questions that pop up due to the system, it is very confusing at the very beginning. It always has a little bit of a stumbling at the beginning for everybody who hasn't done it before. So do not hesitate to ask questions. We will field them as they come up and just keep right on rolling. Are there any questions about anything before we do start? However, no. Brave souls. Brave souls. All right. Let's see here. In the time since Skeletor's defeat, we saw less and less of He-Man. Eventually, he disappeared without so much as a trace. With the passing of King Randor, Prince Adam ascended to the throne, and Eternia has now known 16 years of relative peace and prosperity. That is, until a strange gate appeared in the frozen lands of the south, and vicious beasts have been spotted in the region. People have begun to go missing in the South Plains, and now, so have the king and queen themselves. Some even believe they may have been kidnapped and taken through this southern gate. And so, the young Prince Dare has assembled a strike force to find this gate and to track down his mother and father. You and your companions set out 3 days ago from the Eternos Palace. You journeyed through the lands covered in seas of grass known as the Southern Plain. Yesterday, you crossed over the boundary into the region known simply as the Polar Ice Cap, a difficult territory where not much lives in this harsh condition. After only a single day here, you have already found yourselves dreaming of the warm home you left behind to come on this mission. However, those thoughts were pushed down and buried when the Simiati attacked your convoy. Simiati are large, four-armed apes. They are not native to Eternia, and had already caused more trouble than any other species. Rumor was that they came from the Southern Gate, that you now sought to find. The sheer number of them and their ferocity caused you to flee, but 4 of them now pursued you with a crazed kind of frenzy. One of them shows signs of fresh burn wounds and a missing limb. They each have a missile that they carry with them. It looks as though it came from a missing Eternos royal shuttle. So, as the 4 of you are striking out across this frozen wasteland and being pursued, describe your character, what you're doing, what your mount looks like, and how you're trying to avoid these creatures.
So Prince Dare, I imagine like right now he's in like this winter parka. So he's got like this fur hood that's pulled up over. He's got these big goggles that are shielding his eyes and everything. And he's on his hippogriff, Craven, who is also sort of like in this parka that's made for a hippogriff, so to speak. And we see that he's holding like these binoculars as he's just kind of like looking over this frozen wasteland. I think we're going to have to confront those creatures. And we can see that his hippogriff, Craven, like we hear kind of, it sounds like rattling, and it's really like the knees of this hippogriff that are like buckling and clapping together. And as Craven is cowering back, and making mumbling and grumblings of having to do anything in this frozen wasteland.
I guess I'll start. So Nim is a young 22-year-old Eternian, black hair, very thin. He's got his winter gear on, again, with the hood up with a full mask, that almost breather, little tech with that a little bit. His spear on his back. His mount is a black cat that is adorned with some winter gear as well to keep him warm, riding it as he's kind of the entire time he's a tactician. So he's been surveying, like, what can we do? When's the most optimal time to attack? And during this process, he's thinking about when to be able to do it. And as he turns over to the prince, Prince, I think it's close to time. Our advantage is coming. I believe they should be exhausted soon.
They don't look tired to me, Shieldor will say. And the camera will like pan over it to like this glorious lion with this huge mane and this extremely stern frown on its face. And then we'll like pan up to the same frown on Shieldor's face as he like turns over his shoulder and like looks at the things that are probably still just like and say, if we can avoid this conflict, we should.
I figure if we go a bit further along, we've got a spot where we can hide. But right now, they're still catching up. They're running fast, and you see me with basically the face mask raised to the goggles and the helmet just popped on top. So that's how I protect from the cold. The leather coat rather is all closed and buttoned as high as I can, as I'm riding on the ground on my motorcycle, so that it's sometimes skidding through the ice, but still very holding up. And we need to go on. At least that's what I say.
It's the prince's decision, Shieldor will say, and look. And as he does, like some ice will like shake out of his mustache.
I hope he says to go on. As I look at him.
We see Craven kind of like turns his head back and is like, please, Prince dear, let's find some shelter. It's awfully cold out here. I think you are right. I think we need to find some sort of shelter, at least to get out of this damnable cold. And hopefully these creatures they'll lose interest or bypass us. I can't help that. Well, they show signs of being in contact with one of the royal ships. I pray that my mother and father are okay.
Just
They are
then,
large and will have left tracks. We can follow them back to where they found these missiles.
as if on cue, you hear the report of one of these enormous ape-like creatures. And you see this missile that it has just hurled in a long Hail Mary arc as it's kind of pitching around back and forth. Not quite as aerodynamic as it would be if it had been fired. But the heavy end, the warhead, does arc downwards and bring it down in front of your path. As it collides with the ground in front of your group, I need each of you, please, to tell me how you're going to try to avoid this explosion, and we're going to get a roll out of that.
Well,
So go ahead.
go for it. You started first. Go.
Okay, so Shieldor is nothing if not equipped with shields, and so he'll like on this huge saddle, like it's all like cyber mechanical, and the lion itself has 2 cyber legs. He'll like quickly like and this like shield will pop up, and he'll like throw himself sort of in the direction of the prince to ensure that nothing happens to him. So I basically want to try and protect the prince above myself.
Okay, cool. So let's see. That sounds like probably speed, to try to do that as quickly as possible. If that's agreeable with you.
Oh dear, yes. It's my worst step, but let's do it.
Ooh, okay. Okay. So you're going to start off with a die. Let's see. You are a protective soldier, so you'll qualify for a second die for being protective. Okay. And you establish from the get-go that protecting Prince Dare is your mission, so I would say you qualify for a third die as well. That's 3d6. Right. Go ahead and roll those and see what we got. And you are rolling for speed, which means you want to get over your speed and control score.
So I have 5. My understanding is that I'm all control and no speed.
Right. So yeah,
okay.
So with a 5, you have to try to get 6s.
I have to get 3 6s.
No, you just have to get as many as you can get.
Okay, I don't get any.
Okay, do you get any 5s, which is your number?
Yes.
Okay,
I have
record that because you earned a PowerPoint, and at any point going forward, whenever you go to make a roll, you can cash in a PowerPoint to adjust the result of one of your die by 1 point.
Okay, sweet.
Okay, but that is a failure. So that means it goes wrong, and I have to tell you how it goes wrong somehow. How it gets worse. Okay, so I think not only are you unable to get to the prince in time, but also your haste has caused your shields to not deploy at all. So you're going to have 0 successes for the threat level, essentially, that we'll talk about here in just a moment after we get everybody else's rolls. Okay, who's next?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, so it's not a little explosion that's going to get me out of my path. So I just rev the engine and I jump through it, as in you see me go on a wheelie, as in the raise the front wheel, catch a stone or something like that, and I just jump through and above so that I land on the other side.
Okay. Likewise, that sounds like either speed or I could see an argument for possibly force.
Let's see there. They're the same, actually, if I look in the sheet. So
okay, so dealer's choice.
They're both at 4, so that means I need to roll 4+. Is that it, or 5?
You would have to beat it. You're rolling for which one? Because The speed,
as I said, they're same. Yeah.
okay. Well, with speed, you're going to want to roll over your number. With force, you're going to want to roll under your number. So you would have a better chance rolling under.
Yeah, I'm going to go for force then.
Okay.
To roll under. And it's 1 die? 2 die?
So you start with 1 die. Let's see, what do you got going? You are headstrong. Okay, this certainly seems like a headstrong thing to do, so I'd say a second die. I don't think this is something you'd be prepared for, though, so let's just go with 2 dice.
I got a 3 and a 4, so that means 1 would be a success.
You got 1 success, and again, remember to record your PowerPoint because you did roll your number. So you've got 1 success, remember that. And who's next?
Nim will go. So the explosion happened in front of us, and we're trying to avoid the explosion itself or the hole that it created.
I'm fine with either.
Okay, so as Nim, as it's looking over and sees tactically where it's going to land, and calculating it in his head's like the oh shit kind of gets, he digs into his cat and yanks him to the right a little bit and kind of skids, and the cat jumps to the right a little bit and then does a land and then jumps over, looking at kind of a speed maneuver to be able to tactically like dunk 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 and get around it.
Okay, so sounds like speed, and you're going to want to roll over. What is your speed and control?
2.
Okay, so you've got a single die. Let's see, you've got, what are you?
Strategic.
Soldier. Okay. This sounds like something that you approached in a pretty strategic manner, avoiding the obstacle and then looking for an advantageous way across. So I would say that this qualifies for a second die, but I don't see you being prepared for this. So let's go with 2 dice.
2 dice. All right, here we go. That is going to be a 1 and a 6.
Okay, so 1 success.
Okay.
All right. Royal Princeling, it is your turn.
Yeah, so I imagine as Dare is sitting on Craven and this explosion goes off, like the ice shelf around them begins to just spider crack as all this ice just begins to like fall into this crater. And Craven is just so paralyzed that we start to like fall with the ice. And then Dare's like, Craven, you can fly. And all of a sudden his wings like whoosh, puff out as he tries to catch this updraft of wind that's coming as all this ice is coming down. So he's just going to try to like ride up the draft. And then as he comes up, Dare is going to look and see this gorilla-like creature and then spur Craven towards it.
Okay. So that sounds like possibly instinct, remembering that he can fly, falling back on his natural blessings, or possibly flare, maybe? What do you think?
Yeah, I'll go with instinct.
Okay. All right, so we're looking for rolling under, and you get a single die, and you are headstrong noble. I am going to go ahead and say that you would count as prepared in this situation simply because he can fly, and that would give you a fairly easy out. But I don't know that that you would have expertise in this. So let's go with 2 dice.
2 dice. All right, rolling under. I got a 2 and a 1, so that's going to be 2 successes.
Okay, excellent. That's 2 successes. Okay. This missile arcs up and explodes, leaving this crater behind as it throws snow and rock up into the air, as well as the stuff that crumbles into this massive crater beneath. All of you do your best to either avoid it or absorb the impact as best you can. This missile explosion has a threat of 5. So what that means is you're going to take away from 5 how many successes that you got. And you're going to start rolling your health die the remaining number of times. You start health with a D12. If you get a 1 or a 2, it downgrades to the next die type.
Been a pleasure playing with you, gentlemen. Good to get 10 minutes of live play in.
You said it was a 5, right?
Yeah, the threat level starts at 5. So if you had 2 successes, then you only have... Right, exactly.
So then I roll 3 times. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Okay, I dropped 1.
Okay.
So do I go to a D10 now?
Nice.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And I roll the rest of them on the D10?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Gotcha.
And it's 1 or 2 or
a 1 or a 2.
Just 1. Okay.
I got real close. I had a 3 in there, but no 1s or 2s.
Oh wow! Thank you for the.
Mine with the
wonderful dice.
first. And okay, I dropped by 1.
Okay. And how did you fare, Nim?
I rolled very high, no 1s or 2s.
Okay.
I don't know if the number that you rolled, but I rolled like 2 12s. So
No, it doesn't matter for this situation.
okay.
Okay, so it sounds like Nim and Dare managed to escape without anything more than just superficial wounds. However, Shieldor and Bikor, both of you will sustain an injury of some kind. It's up to you. You can describe what that is or what that looks like. And obviously, you're still perfectly fine to keep adventuring. It's just something that slows you down a step.
Well, it's my landing that I miss a bit, as in it's not as much the going through the explosion and keeping a straight face. It's when I land that it jolts my back.
Shieldor raised his hand as if the shield was going to appear, and it didn't, due to some sort of technological mishap. So he's taking some shrapnel in the arm from the explosion, and so he'll be shaking his head and shaking ice from the mustache and pulling out bits of shrapnel from his arm, and wincing.
All right. So these simiati, these giant ape-like creatures, continue to run all out in your direction, running in a very strange cadence, where they kind of rotate through these 2 sets of 3 arms on each side of their body. One of them, missing one of his limbs, has kind of adjusted his gait and is a little slower than the rest. But these 4 creatures still press the advantage towards you. Prince Dare has turned and is now heading directly towards these creatures. So each of you now gets to roll for initiative. So we're just going to roll a single d6, each of you. Whoever beats my d6 roll or ties it will go before the baddies, and whoever does not will go afterwards. 5, a 2, a 1. What do I got here? Okay, so Shieldor is going to be the only one who manages to act before these things get to go again. So Shieldor, you may take your turn.
Headstrong boy, he'll say, and he'll kick the lion, and the lion will go, "Argh!" Similar sort of frown, and he'll begin dashing in that direction and try and at least try and keep pace with the prince. I guess on the way he'll once again beep, 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 on the little keyboard in front of him, and he's going to throw a shield. Hopefully this time will actually appear, and he's gonna throw it like a discus in the direction of one of the apes.
Okay, so that sounds like possibly force.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, cool. Then we'll roll with that. Let's see. I think this is going to be 2 dice. Let's see, what do you got? Protective soldier. Okay, so yeah, I think this is 2 dice.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, I want to get under my 5 this time, huh? Or
you
over?
are rolling force, so yes.
Which one? Under?
You want under, yes, sorry.
Okay, yes, then 2 successes.
Excellent, okay. So that means I have to roll this thing's health die twice.
Nice.
Oh, and that's a 1 on the very first roll. So this is definitely going to hit. And okay. So this one has taken a wound and is still pressing forward, but has definitely sustained some damage.
For Eternia, he'll say, and continue charging forwards.
Excellent. Okay. So now these creatures are going to go. One of them is going to close with Prince Dare. Prince Dare, how high were you flying?
How tall I would imagine, like, as far as how high he is, he's probably like wherever their heads,
okay,
sort of.
Yeah, these things are decent sized. I would say they're probably in the neighborhood of about 15 feet, give or take, at the kind of the hunch on the top of their backs. So this thing, as you kind of come at it, is going to continue running forward on 4 limbs, but 2 of its limbs it's going to raise up and clasp its fingers together, kind of interlaced, and bring down this kind of double hammer fist upon you and your mount. So that's going to actually be 2 attacks. How are you going to try to avoid these incoming blows?
I'm going to try and use my speed and try to, like, just maneuver around them, as quickly as I can guide Craven through this being swatted at like a fly. So
absolutely. Okay. So speed works. I'd say a die, and then you're working with your mount on this, so I would say that counts as prepared. Again, this is a pretty headstrong thing to do. I mean, you know that there are people here who are trying to keep you alive, and you are heading first into danger straight at this thing. So I would say that you can have 3 dice on this situation.
All right. Speed. All right, so I need to roll over a 3. All right. I have out of the 3 dice, I have a 1, 3, and a 6. So I have 2 successes, and one of them is a PowerPoint.
Excellent. Okay. So, okay, wait. So you said your number is a 3?
Does it?
Right.
Yeah,
it won't count.
I guess it doesn't count, right?
Yeah, it won't count for both a success and your number.
Got it. So then I only have 1 success then.
1 success.
Sorry.
Okay. You're good. All right. Let's see. Is this the same one that was damaged already by Shieldor, or is this a different one?
I would imagine this was the one that initially tossed the bomb. So I think it's the one that's in the front so far. So I would imagine so.
The same one. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. That's a 1. So you. Oh, wait. You're not damaging him. He's damaging you. All right. So you got 1 success, which means that you're going to shave 1 of the threat off of these fists. These fists are coming out at 3 each. So you're going to have to roll your die 4 times.
Okay. 6, 10. Oh, that's a 1, so I dropped down to a D10.
Ooh, okay.
That's a 7, so that was 4 times already.
Yep. Okay, so one of these fists, as it comes down, clips you on your shoulder and causes you to kind of roll a little, almost falling out of the saddle, but not quite. It definitely rung your bell. Okay. The other three are moving forward. One of them is going to manage to close with Shieldor, who has moved up. This one is going to attempt to bite down at you, Shieldor, on your lion. How would you like to try to get out of that?
I think he'll sort of try and gauge in which direction this bite is going to come, and then sort of set up a feint so that it smashes into the ground at the last second. So sort of like move forward and then back again.
Okay, excellent. That sounds like control to me.
Yep, that was the hope.
Excellent, perfect. Okay,
Nice.
so let's say this is definitely kind of the soldiery thing to do. Have a plan, have a tactic, a strategy. So, and you're preparing for it. You're waiting for the moment to strike. So yeah, I would say that this is also a 3-dice situation.
Awesome. That is 3 successes.
Okay, so 3 successes, you get a critical, and there's an extra effect that you get. Okay, so not only do you avoid all of the damage from this bite, this thing bites down on the ground, and yeah, and you can see as it bites, there's this horrendous, like, scraping, crunching noise as one of its giant tusks scrapes against some rock that was hidden from the area that you had just avoided. And as it rears its head up, kind of roaring, you can see that one of these tusks broke off in the rock, and it is very obviously in pain.
Ha-ha! He'll say, and then go to strike when it's his turn again.
Right. Okay. So the other two are going to basically just have to play catch up this round. So that brings us to the other 3 of you, and you can take your turns in whichever order you would prefer.
Jeff?
Well, I figured that the one paying me is, in danger right now. So I rev the engine and I start driving toward one of them, full tilt, and I take out a crowbar from the side of my bike, and that's how I will try to attack. Just system-wise, am I understanding well that if I use intimidation to kind of scare it, it's a good thing? According to my sheet, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm reading the sheet right, seeing that
Quite
I've
possibly.
got intimidation I've got intimidation at 5. So
Oh,
if my
okay.
idea is to basically play chicken at it, so that it goes crazy and I can smash it as I pass by because it's just enraged, would that work?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, intimidation would absolutely fall under that purview, and you do want to roll under that. So yeah, if you've got a 5 in that would be fantastic. So let's see. You get a die, and then headstrong scout. This is definitely, again, a headstrong maneuver. You're trying to play chicken with a thing that probably outweighs you about by 5 times, if not more. So, okay, I think 2 dice.
And I've got these. Well, I just have the a 5. So got a 5 and a 6. So I just got the PowerPoints.
Okay, yep, you got a single
Can
power
I use
point.
the one that I already had to bring it down to a success?
So yeah, you could change that from a 5 down to a 4, and that would count as a success. Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I take this, just because it's trying to get the system here,
Sure.
I've got a 6. So, and if I brought that 6 to a 5, then it wouldn't be a success, though.
It would not count. No.
If you roll equal, it doesn't count.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to turn that 5 into a 4 and take that excellent point I got earlier from the cool jumping through the explosion, and smack it with my crowbar as I pass by on its knee.
Okay. And this is the same one that's kind of in the front that's been fighting Dare, you said?
Yes, because he's the one that got closer, so that I figured that's the first one that they would pass by.
Absolutely. Okay. And that's a 2. All right, so he takes that hit to the knee, and you can see that leg kind of buckle underneath the impact from the hit of your crowbar, laying open some of this kind of white fur and flesh, now stained with red. Its other limbs on the ground kind of help it with stability so it doesn't quite fall, but you know that this thing has been wounded.
I won't run as fast anymore, and I keep on. I'm going full tilt, so I guess I'm going toward the next one. As in,
Excellent.
In the narrative.
Yep, absolutely. Next.
I guess it's Nim is left. So Nim's kind of slides in the back, turns around and realizes everyone turned around and went. He's just like, that we should have turned before the strategic. Come, and just starts going full board towards watching these large ape creatures coming towards and seeing the battle and how they're biting and smashing. He looks at one of the ones that starts to come up and beelines it for that one. Knowing that I'm probably not going to be able to get an attack in, and waiting for it to attack me so that I can do something unique to avoid it and hit it. Like, a special maneuver that the cat would stop and propel me over the top of it as it hits. So right now I'm just preparing and just going full board towards one of them, going, and next round waiting for it to attack it.
Okay, excellent. All right, so that means that we will roll back to the top of the initiative order, and that is Dare. You're muted, Alan. Maybe. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I was muted on my mic, not on. So actually, I didn't take my turn from last time. I was just avoiding getting damaged from these creatures.
So go ahead and take it now.
Yeah, getting swatted, taking a heavy hit, kind of like doing this barrel roll maneuver, and then riding myself. I look over. Are there these other ones that are running up? They're still carrying missiles, correct?
Yes, there are still 3 missiles on the battlefield.
Okay. How far away are these ones that are carrying missiles?
So one of them is standing near the front. So the one that you're fighting is missile-less. The one that was just damaged by somebody else. Shieldor?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, there's another one up on the front lines, essentially, that has this missile. And then the 2 in the rear that are making their way up still have theirs. The 2 that are at the back, I would say, are probably 50-ish feet or so.
Okay. So the ones, and I imagine they're relatively near each other. I mean, some of them are, I guess.
They're close enough for what you probably have planned.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely want to pull a Jaws moment here, and as I pull from my pistol, and I just kind of like hang off the saddle, and I'm going to try to take a shot with my laser pistol at one of these missiles and hope that I hit it.
Okay. So that sounds like probably control.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that kind of a shot I think definitely qualifies as control. Let's see. Noble. Okay. So I think you probably are prepared, or equipped rather, for this situation. So you would get a second die. However, This shot is very difficult. It's a very small target. It's a pretty good distance with a small arm. So I think I'm going to drop a die back down to a single die roll.
All right. Got it. And control. And if you're rolling on the right,
Should be beneath.
you want to go under.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that is too far over. And even with a PowerPoint, I couldn't bring it down. So I do not have a success.
All right. You fire your shot, but just as you do so, what was the name of your griffin again? Or your
Craven.
hippogriff? Craven.
Yeah.
At the last minute, Craven has to duck off to the side and bank real hard to avoid one of the other pummels from this thing's fist. And your shot just skips harmlessly into the snow beside this creature. Okay. So now that brings us back to the top of the round, and there you're not the top of the round. That's Shieldor. So Shieldor, it's your turn.
That's right. Shieldor has seen the one next to him like smash into the ground, and he's going to leap from his lion onto the back of this thing, and he's going to try and control it and run it into one of the other ones. I don't know, pulling its ears or like whatever he can get to try and like smash it into one of the other apes.
Okay. Again, that sounds like either control or force, either way.
Okay. Yep, they're the same for me. So let's say it's control, I guess.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. Let's see, a single die, and then you're a soldier.
I am.
Okay, so yeah, I think a second die in this situation would qualify.
Okay. So I have one success. But I'm going to use my PowerPoint to drop the other one to make it 2 successes.
Okay, excellent. All right, so this is the one that just bit at the ground. And, okay, so 2 hits coming through to it. Ooh, that's a 2 on the first one, which is going to drop into a d4. Okay. How does this kill this creature, Shieldor?
Nice. Yeah, I guess he jumps onto its back and hooks into its jaw or something, or its ear, and like pulls it in one direction. It like stumbles and like swings sort of wildly to try and get at Shieldor, and it's thrashing, like hits one of the other ones, and that one like backhands it and breaks its neck, and it'll just like onto the ground and like skid, and he'll like leap in a superhero landing with a shield up on one arm and look up at Prince Dare with this like disapproving look of like, you have to make me do this every time.
Excellent. The one that it ran into stumbles and will fall to the ground prone. It is still alive, however, it is susceptible to attack now. Also, Shieldor, you notice being that close to these things that their teeth, their tusks, seems to be made out of some kind of strange material. Like it looks like teeth, it looks like bone, but on the inside of it, it's almost like it's powdered on the inside, almost like what we would think of like composite metal. It's granular on the inside. It's very strange, and it's dark on the inside. Just something that you definitely take note of, being that close. Okay, that was Shieldor. It is the 3 remaining apes. The one that just got clubbed on the leg, who is prone, he is going to try to roll over and is going to leap upwards towards Dare and Craven, and is going to attempt to bite you. How are you going to try to avoid this?
I am going to... I don't know if that would be speed or grace, but just like I guess do a quick. I know what I want to do on my turn, so to kind of I guess try to set that up. Like what I would do is as this bite's coming, I kind of like want to dive and hopefully it misses. So it does that kind of like clasp as he narrowly misses it, and I want to like dive towards Shieldor.
Okay, so like kind of dive towards his mouth, and then kind of at the last minute increase like the angle of your dive to narrowly miss, cause it to narrowly miss. Okay, so yeah, I would call that grace. Yeah, I would say grace.
Does that sound like a headstrong move?
I mean, again, you're heading straight into danger head first, so I would definitely say that would qualify as a second die.
I mean, he's called Prince Dare. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, I'm gonna try. So I got my 2 dice here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Grace, roll over. I am going to use my PowerPoint, and I'll get 2 successes.
Excellent. Okay. So, all right. So a bite has a threat level of 4 from these creatures. So that means you are going to have to let's do this. Let's have one of those rolls come from your health die. Let's have one of them come from Craven's health die, which starts as a D8. Yes, a D8.
D8. Okay. There's my D8. All right, so I'll roll mine first. Okay, that was a 3, so we're good there. And his is a 6, so we're good.
Okay, excellent. So just as you intended, his teeth gnash closed with an empty mouth, and you have ducked basically underneath his chin and are headed groundward.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I imagine just in that moment, like Dare will cry out and say Shieldor as he like just outreaches a hand because he's just gonna like scoop him up.
Excellent. Okay. Shieldor, you can turn and you can see Prince Dare swooping downward, narrowly being missed by one of these things' slobbering maws as it kind of tried to get a good bite out of him and Craven. The 2 that are in the rear, both still with their missiles, one of them is going to take the missile that it has upon its back, kind of slung loosely with some tied long grasses and things from the plains. It's going to take this and hurl it straight at Shieldor, or at Bikor, as you ride towards them. So Bikor, this missile is headed straight for you on your motorcycle. How are you going to try to avoid this one?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop on my side and skid and manage to hide behind a rock that was conveniently there. And I guess that would be subtlety.
Okay, sure. You're going to try to hide?
Yes.
All right. So, let's see. Subtlety.
Which I have a 2, so I figured that's the best part.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best
For
idea
sure.
to hide.
Okay. So I will say that you are a scout, right? Yes. Okay, cool.
I would have noticed that rock earlier.
Oh, absolutely. You are an expert.
It's the one I bumped
after
up to jump over the explosion.
There you go. Okay, so you will qualify for the second die as being an expert. And yeah, I mean, as a scout, you're probably pretty used to having to very quickly evade the threat of danger and do so probably by hiding a lot of the time. So I will let you have 3 dice in this situation.
Glad to hear. So let's see. And that would be 2 successes and a PowerPoint.
Okay, make sure to record that PowerPoint. The threat of these missiles is still a 5. So you've got 2 successes, which brings the threat level down to a 3. So you'll need to roll your health die 3 times.
2, and I'm fine. So that rock is
Excellent.
now not there anymore.
Yeah, it just explodes in this shower of rock. And there's probably even like a moment where some of you aren't sure if Bikor managed to evade that explosion, there's so much dust and smoke in the air, and then as it kind of starts to settle, you might see Bikor emerge unscathed.
And I'm gonna keep on driving toward the one that threw that missile.
Okay, excellent. The last 4th ape is the one that Nim has been preparing to avoid and then counterstrike. This creature is going to try basically doing a, what do they call that? Where you box somebody's ears. He's going to basically clap 2 of his hands together on either side of you, trying to catch you between. So that's going to be 2 strikes coming at you. You said that you were preparing, so how are you preparing to avoid this?
So strategically looking at these, figuring out, I'm going to wait and see it as it gets in, and I'm going to dig in. I'm going to jump on top of the saddle, and I'm going to command the cat, since we've done this, my cat's just basically going to stop in midair and fling me over so that I can attack it from on top of it. So kind of a very just automatically just spring off and avoid the attack.
Okay.
Timing it just right.
So this, again, sounds like probably a control check. If not a control, then maybe a flare.
I would say flare or grace.
Okay, I could buy grace. So yeah, I would say flare or grace are perfectly fine in this situation. Whichever you would choose.
Okay. Would I get that prepared extra dice?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So I have 2 dice then?
Well, you are also a strategic soldier, and you specifically said you were trying to be strategic about this, so I will let you have 3 dice in this situation.
All right, we're going to go 3 dice here. So, oops. Oh,
that's lost forever.
So here we go.
Until you find it with your bare feet later.
Yeah. That's going to be 2 successes and a power, since I rolled a 2, a 3, and a 6.
Okay. Excellent. What? Okay, wait. You rolled a 2, a 3, and a 6. What is your number in that stat?
2. So I need to get above it.
2. Oh, yes. Okay. Yep. Excellent.
Yep.
So 2 successes and 1 power point.
Yep.
All right. So, these attacks have a threat of 3 each. So you will need to roll your health die 2 times.
Okay, so I have a 12-sided dice currently. So the first one, success, and the second one, success.
Excellent. So you do, in fact, completely avoid the attack of this creature as its hands slap together with this very loud clap noise. And, somewhere not far away, snow from the side of a mountain begins to cascade downward in an avalanche. But you did, in fact, avoid the attack of this creature and are now launched upwards. And you may take your turn now, your counter attack.
So as I somersault into this, the spear comes out, and you said the missile is on the back, kind of tied up behind it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, and I basically yell to the cat, retreat, as I kind of somersault, stab the spear into, as I'm looking, I'm kind of seeing where, just into that groove, so it doesn't immediately explode, but hit that timer and then jump off, so that explodes on the back of this thing as I'm jumping away. Perfect. Going woo woo woo.
Okay, so this sounds like you're relying on the knowledge that you might have about these missiles. So I think this might be a knowledge, or I could see an argument for flair. Either or.
Both are going to be the same.
Okay.
Actually, let me double check here. My flair. Yeah, actually, knowledge is 2. Flair is it would be, so I need to roll under or over.
Under for flair.
Or under for flair, over for knowledge. They're the same consistent. So I want to say flair, because this is just, he's, the somersault, he's like,
absolutely.
And it's just kind of that, the jump away.
Yeah,
So-
it's got some big dick energy without doubt.
Yeah.
So okay, let's see. So Flare, you were prepared because you literally held your action in order to do this, and this certainly seems like a soldiery thing to do, to detonate a warhead with a spear. So yeah, let's go with 3 dice.
All right, here we go. And for Flare, I need to get under. Oops. That is a 3, a 3, and a 1.
And you
Oh,
said
I'm sorry,
you had a 4.
6. I'm sorry. I've got 5 in it, so 2 successes.
Excellent.
It was a 3, 3, and a 6. Sorry. So yeah.
Okay,
2
2 successes. All right, so let's roll that. Okay, ooh, that's a 3. 5. Okay. This is a warhead though, so it's got 5 dice. So, or 5 threat rather. That's 3. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, so apparently this ape is incredibly tenacious, and even though this thing detonates on its back, singeing a lot of its hair, probably even causing some superficial burns and things on its skin, it doesn't seem phased by this explosion as it goes off. I rolled its health die 5 times, and it didn't drop a single time.
Nice. As I land,
Oof.
I'm like, just in like, oh, Nikes. All right. And
Yeah.
just kind of bring the spear down right in front and going, this might hurt. So
It kind of like, turns around and kind of looks at you with its beady little eyes and kind of gives you a grimace. Okay, that was all 4 of the Semiotes, so it is now the 3 PCs who have not gone yet. Whatever order you choose.
I was already driving toward the next one, so
Sure.
realized that I smacked the first one while my companion was close to it. So that's not my style to actually be so much on defensive. So as I drive, I Skeletor yet once again to the side, and I do a few rolls just to cause a lot of dust to rise up. And as the dust settles, I'm not there. And in totally 80s comic fashion, that big brute just goes blink, blink, as in it's looking for me because I'm totally gone. And that moment of visitation is the occasion that I opened up the attack for Dare to actually use his pistol from afar, and probably have an advantage on shooting it. And so I don't know what you want me to roll, or if you and that counts as Dare's attack, or and then Dare's still has his attack. But the
interesting. So yeah, let's see. Let's do this then. This definitely sounds like a subtlety thing. You're trying to basically just disappear. So you're going to start with the single die. You're a scout. That definitely qualifies you for a second die. You spun around and created a lot of snow kicked up and dust to create yourself an advantage. So let's roll 3 dice, and like I said, let's do subtlety.
So I had 2 success and a new PowerPoint, but I'm going to use the PowerPoint I already have to turn that into 3 successes.
3 successes. Okay, so you succeed critically. So I will allow you to give Dare a completely separate attack from his turn. In addition, however many successes that Dare gets on this attack will count for twice. So, Dare, you've seen Bikor kind of set up this shot for you. You realize that you have an opening. What are you going to do?
Yeah, so with Shieldor riding back saddle, They'll just keep coming. We have to make our stand here. And I'll I'll just hold out my sidearm as I try to aim at this missile on this on one of these creatures.
Okay. Yep, the last missile that is still live. All right. So, that's going to be a control again. Again, it's a pretty tough shot. So, let's see, 2. Okay, so 3 dice, but again, it's a difficult shot, so I'm going to bump that back down to 2 dice.
Nice. I rolled 2 6s.
Which are successes?
Correct. Yep, 2 successes.
Okay, excellent. So, okay, that's going to hit the warhead and detonate it. That's going to count as 4 successes because of the aid of Shieldor. So let's see here. Bikor, sorry, that's my bad.
Well, Shieldor is also holding the reins, so that
Yeah, there you go.
It's true. Yep.
Rolling it together.
That's right. All one big family. All right. So this is a fresh ape. All right. Okay. So that's going to become D6. Whew. That's a D4. Okay. So Alan, you can describe how this detonates and kills this ape.
All right. So I imagine take Craven and just kind of like swing up high and then just circling around, and then just as you see this one laser as it just hits, and as it does, you just see this as all the ice that's around this creature just kind of goes up and engulfs this ape as the ground just kind of opens up and swallows it underneath. Just kind of all the ice and everything collapsing, dragging it down into some sort of icy chasm that's down there.
All right. You hear the beast kind of roaring as the roar kind of fades in the distance as this chasm beneath you seems to be quite deep. Okay. That was Bikor's turn. So Nim and Dare, you still have actions.
Dare, go ahead.
All right. There's 2 left, or is it just 1?
There are still 2 left. One of them is very wounded. The other is not.
Is that the
yet.
one that's prone, or?
He was prone, but he just leapt up and tried to take a bite at you.
Okay, got it. All right. So yeah, I imagine after that explosion, just swing back around and just beginning to fly towards one of these other creatures, and towards like maybe the back of it, because maybe it's kind of in conflict with Nim. And I'm going to, if I can, I'm going to maneuver it to where I'm basically going to launch Shieldor onto its back. That's what I want to do with my turn.
Okay, excellent. So it sounds like it'll be probably a situation similar to what Bikor just did for you. So let's see. Probably Grace.
Okay.
Yeah,
I imagine it's just like Craven's climbing, so it's like, he's like galloping up in the air as his wings are going, and it's kind of just going up. And then I look back as the wind's kind of like getting cold and it's blowing in our face. I look back at Shieldor and said, "Get ready!" And then he just closes his wings as it just dives down, and the wind's just like really rushing really fast, and it's just going to be kind of like a dive bomber as I'm just going to swoop as Shieldor comes down. And you can describe however that looks, Shieldor. But
Excellent.
I think, like, as you say, get ready. He's like, no, I don't. And then just, and he's gone. You know?
Okay, so let's keep the trend going. I think for like 8 actions, that's probably the way I'm going to handle it going forward. So, Dare, go ahead and roll 3 dice against your grace. Your grace.
Oh, nice. Great. So I want to roll over. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's 3 successes.
Okay, excellent. So same deal, Shieldor. Whatever your attack is going to be, whatever successes you get from it will count for double.
Awesome. Should I do that now?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess it would be force.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I think what he's going to do is, like, he's not expecting to be dropped off mid-air, but what he'll do is he'll angle the shield so that it'll hit with the rim and try and just like cut through this thing as he falls.
Okay.
Well, it might be a bit violent actually. For maybe he'll boink it instead with the shield. That seems more in line with the cartoon. So instead, he'll sort of like fly down and like smash into the side of its head and try and like boink it so it like crashes into the
right. Drive it down
into the dirt instead. Yep.
Okay.
So, all right.
So
soldier.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. You know, even though being in a situation where you're being dropped from the sky is not something that you're expecting, you know that as a soldier, sometimes you just have to deal with what you got. So I think 2 dice in this situation.
Okay, let's go. Okay, I have a 5 and a 1, so that's 1 success. I think I have to get under a 5, right? If my force.
If it is 5. A 5, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 1 success.
Okay, which will count for 2, because of the help you got from Prince Dare. This is the one that was already injured that tried to bite it, Prince Dare. Is that right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Correct.
2,
yes. Yep.
All right. 2 rolls. Okay. So you can describe how this attack takes him down.
All right. Yeah, so he's sort of like a human slingshot, like a bullet. He just like whizzes through the air. His like cloak is billowing behind him, and he like angles the shield in a way so that it will like crack into the side of this thing's head and knock it unconscious. And so he'll like smash into it. There's like a of snow that like launches up around the place when he hits, and it'll skid one way, and he'll like bounce off it and land again in that same superhero landing on the other side of it, and then like do this like deep heavy sigh of a man who has spent too many of his years fighting, trying to stop this boy from getting killed, and then rise back up again.
Just to clarify, that was the Masters of the Universe version of "I'm getting too old for this shit."
Yes.
Perfection. All right, we've got 1 ape remaining, but we still have Nim, who has not taken an action this round.
So because I did my action, that counter action, does that count for my action?
No.
Or
no, because you bypassed your action from the first round in order to do that.
Okay, perfect. So at this point, realizing he charges in towards it, looking to see, and he's going to slide underneath it as he stabs it in the neck and then just guts it as he slides behind it. So kind of getting that full on sliding and just and hitting the spear up and then just dragging it down him.
All right.
Under the belly.
So let's see. That's definitely sounds like force. Perhaps flare, because
twirling it, maybe flare, because I'm sliding and sliding all under and gonna end up behind it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Flare it is. Let's see. You are strategic soldier. Okay, again, this sounds like some fancy, albeit, but definitely some soldiering. So I think 2 dice in this situation.
Okay, 2 dice. and it's flare, so I want to roll under. And so we're going to spend one of my points that I rolled 2 5s, and I needed 5s is exactly what I'm going to spend one of my power points to get 1 success, and then the other 5 will return my power point back.
Okay, excellent. So we've got one success. Okay, cool. And this is the one that was somewhat burnt from before and looked like it was it's missing one of its limbs. Let's see. Okay. 1 success. Oh, okay. This one is incredibly tough. And your spear cuts. You can feel it meeting resistance and sliding through. And when you finish, you turn around and you realize that the fur from its neck down to like its stomach has basically just been cut and cleft, and there's a scar running down or not a scar, but a trickle of blood that is running down the skin there, but you realize that your spear did not penetrate his hide all the way.
Well, this is going to be a bit tricky. All righty then. Bring it down, big boy, bring it down.
Okay, and I believe that will bring us back to Shieldor.
Yeah, he grunts, very tired, and will like look in the direction where like Nim is like dancing back and forth and like showing off. And he flashes back to the conversation he had before they left the palace, where he was like, "He is a liability, Your Majesty. I couldn't possibly bring him on this mission. He doesn't take it seriously." And then back to where he is, and he just like begins trudging over and picking up speed. He's going to run up to this thing and try and basically brain it on the back of the head with like a leaping jump with one of his shields, and try and finish it quickly and efficiently.
Okay. This sounds like, again, the kind of soldiering that Shieldor is used to. So I think this is going to be... You know what? Shieldor is also old and salty as fuck, and I'm sure that this is not the first time that he's had to like basically wander a battlefield and clean up after everybody else. So I think this is probably a 3-die situation.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is the worst part of his job. It's like all these young heroes who are like, haha, how about you? Like running around showing off. And he's like, it's a war, guys. We have to just do the thing, you know? All right, let's see. So that is 2 successes.
Okay, 2 successes. Let's see. Oof. Okay. So it did get through and wound him. However, he is still standing.
And you just hear Nim as you smack him. It's like, that one's mine.
Then do it, boy.
Okay, as you ring the back of his skull with your shield, Shieldor, he staggers forward just a bit and kind of shakes his head, and you hear this kind of, cartoon rattling noise as he shakes his head from side to side. Slobber kind of flings everywhere. You can see his eyes kind of refocus down at Nim as he kind of turns around and is going to attempt to bite Nim with those massive teeth. All right. How are you going to try to get out of the way of this bite, Nim?
Grace, or acrobatically, kind of like a as he's trying to bite me, I'm gonna probably flip backwards and out of the way.
Okay, sure. All right, so that sounds definitely like Grace.
All right,
and let's see. I think this is probably 2 dice.
All right, here we go. Grace is 2 successes.
Excellent. Okay, so this bite has a threat of 4, so you'll need to roll your health die twice.
All right, here we go. 4 and an 11, so nothing.
Okay. Once again, this thing's teeth just gnash, kind of down towards you, but do not manage to catch you, Nim.
Aha!
All right.
You hear.
Perfect. All right. So now the last of the Semiati has gone. So the three of you who have not taken a turn yet this turn may go in whatever order you wish.
Who wants to take it?
Go for it, Bikor.
Well, I'm not going for the attack. I figured two of the fighters are on it, and so I reappear on a totally different area than you expected me to be, and the bike is propped on the side with the kickstand, and I'm standing on top of the bike, and I'm looking at the horizon. I just want to make sure that there's not their siblings coming toward us. So I'm scanning, and I'm using instinct to smell the air and feel the wind to make sure that we're safe and we'd be ready if any are coming along just further out.
Excellent. Okay. So yeah, you're a scout. This is what you do. I definitely think that you are you're prepared, or you're an expert rather, for this. And again, I don't imagine it's the first time that you've used, standing on your bike to increase, the elevation that you have. So I think you're prepared as well. So you can go ahead and roll 3 dice against that instinct roll.
And I've got 2 successes.
Okay, excellent. Which means that you succeed and you do it well. So you can see quite a ways from the vantage point that you're currently at, and you don't see any of these other creatures closing. There were a lot more of them when you first encountered this. I guess you would call it a pack. But these 4 seem to be the only ones who pursued you out this far, and you don't see any sign of the others whatsoever. So,
Perfect.
I'm going to count this as an aid roll, the same way that we've been doing it thus far. So you can elect whoever you wish to go ahead and take an attack, and if they hit, they will get a boon.
Yeah, I'll allow Nim to go for his showing off, because he's got to show Shieldor that that he's ready for action, and that's
Sure.
not Shieldor that needs to do all the work.
Absolutely. Okay.
So at that moment, Nim's got the spear. He starts twirling it and moves in close to it. And then, in some unusual, weird move, he tucks it and literally does a gymnastic spin, as suddenly it just does this weird rotation and just spins up as he does a twirl, and the spear just goes and try to slice under its neck.
Okay.
It reminds strangely of Ram Man and how he would just twirl like that, as if he was taught by Ram Man a special technique.
Excellent. Okay, so again, that definitely sounds like flair. You're showing that this is something that you've been taught by the person that raised you. So I would definitely say that you are an expert in this situation, and you have this spear. Your namesake is spinning a spear, so I think you would qualify for 3 dice.
All right. Let's see. All right, here we go. We said flair, right?
Yes, if that works for you.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like.
Okay. For a second, I was looking at it going, because flair is at 5. I rolled 3 successes. I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 3.
Excellent.
So I was for a second, I was making sure that I had it right. But yes, so 3 successes.
Excellent. And Bikor, you had 2 successes on your roll? That was right? Okay. So you had 3 successes.
Yes,
That's going to Okay, excellent. Thank you. So you had 3 successes, so that'll count as a 4th success then. So let's roll this. Okay. Nim, you finally got him. What does it look like?
So as he kind of jumps and he's spinning, the spear is just doing this rotation like a helicopter blade, and it's just rotating so fast it just slices deep into the throat and across it as he kind of jumps underneath it to the other side, and then lands and kind of does a breakdance move and kind of stands and then pops up as it just basically his throat gets cut and drops bleeding all over the place.
Excellent. So this creature collapses to the ground with a thud. These tusks that are broken, their talons that are broken from fighting you, several of them have bones exposed on them. All of you notice the same thing that I described earlier to Shieldor, that the interior of their teeth, their bones, their claws, all seem to be made of this very strange, otherworldly material. They appear normal on the outside, but on the inside, there's this strange composite, granular substance that's very dark. It doesn't look like normal teeth and bone on the inside.
Jeremy, one more thing. As Nim finished, he goes, "Aha! I did it!" Just for flair.
Wonderful.
And I imagine, go ahead. Okay, I imagine that, as this beast falls with a heavy thud, the two, Nim and Shieldor's cats, pull up, and Craven finally lands near these other mounts as Dare dismounts. And Craven's like, "Please, no more, Dare, please." And just kind of like buries his head into this like pile of snow. Just.
And Shieldor is like shaking his head and will like wipe some sweat from his brow and flick it into the snow. That was careless.
It was flair. Anyways, these creatures seem to be metallic, unusual mouthing in the powder in their mouth. Do we know what that is?
Let me see. And Dare reaches into his satchel and just pulls out some sort of tech as he begins to just like scan it. So I'd like to make a knowledge roll to see if this tells him anything about this material.
Sure. All right, so let's get the roll. Let's see. 1 die. You have this tech, this kind of reader. This definitely would be 2. But this stuff is not native to Eternia, so I think I'm going to roll it back to a single die.
Okay. All right, knowledge. I need to roll under. Yeah, okay. 1 success.
Okay. So you can describe to me how it is that you, either the scanner or you, realizes that this is made of antimatter. Something from anti-Eternia.
Don't touch it.
Right. This can't be true. Something's not right. Let me scan it again. And you just like every time like he just runs the scanner, he just kind of gets this like buzz sound as it just keeps coming up with the same result. This material is antimatter. It's not from Eternia at all. Where could he possibly be coming from?
Jeremy, did we hear about the gate per se, or the?
There are rumors. Yes.
Well, I figured that comes from beyond. Still got a ways to go, but do you want to wait that the mob that those came out of settle down, Or do you want to head right away?
I'm afraid if we wait any longer, I may never see my parents again.
There is a 37.5% chance that the tracks and process will be lost if we take our time. We probably need to move forward.
I look at the sky and I go, there's not that much wind.
Shieldor, you're my most experienced soldier here.
They found those missiles somewhere. They look like they're from a ship. My gut would say we go and follow their tracks back, see where the ship is, go from there. But it's unclear. Whatever we do, we shouldn't tarry here.
I agree. It's only going to get colder as it gets closer to nightfall. We need to, if we can find the ship, maybe that at least will be also a shelter for us.
Do I know of any settlement in the area?
No. It's so harsh here that nobody really lives here at all. The fact that these things are out here is unusual.
The probability of surviving the night in the harsh weather like this alone without shelter is going to be extremely difficult. But finding the ship is going to be able to provide better chance.
Then let us not
It is
tarry.
then.
Okay. Let's see. Bikor, you are our scout. So let's get a roll from you. This would probably be knowledge. Well, how do you typically scout? Is it typically based on what you have learned from scouting, or do you follow more of an instinctual path in finding your way?
It's clearly instinct, doesn't follow the wind, follow the road.
Okay. All right, so let's get 2 dice against your instinct, please.
And that's 1 success.
Okay, that's all I was looking for. You realize, again, you've kind of been standing on top of your bike, kind of looking out into the distance, trying to make sure that nothing else is coming up on you. Excuse me. And as you're about to kind of climb back down and head back out wherever it is that your group is going, something catches your eye, and you kind of stop, kind of look that direction, and you realize that there's a few trees in this kind of tundra area that are broken, kind of in a grouping with one another, and they're all broken kind of in the same direction. It looks like something might have passed through that section of trees, something heavy and big.
Prince, from here I can't see much, but maybe if you get your beastie to actually be useful and go up, maybe you'll manage to see farther ahead what might have broken those trees. And I point on the horizon.
Raven, let's see. And yeah, so we'll kind of rise up and try to see if we can see over this tree line.
So I figured the prince is walking beside us and not flying above.
Okay. So, Craven and the prince, you gain enough elevation where you get a pretty good vantage point over the surrounding area, and you can see the spot that was pointed out to you by Bikor. And kind of following that particular point that kind of begins with these broken trees, you see a whole swath of broken trees that kind of continue on, and beyond that, where the trees kind of thin out, you can see a very clear rut in the snow that in the distance you can see something with smoke rising from it.
So yeah, I would call out below and say, "I see smoke. I think it's the ship. I think it crashed."
Quickly then.
Is there saying that there's going to be, rubbles on the trees being broken and fallen and make it difficult terrain? Do I know of any paths around that forest so that we can go there faster? Even though there's just a clear path of destruction, there could be a better way to get there.
Yeah, there's probably a game trail or something akin to that. Again, there's not a lot that lives in this region, but there would be some small, woodland creature type animals that are able to exist up here. So using some kind of game trail, you might be able to expedite your progress deeper into the forest. Okay. As you get closer, you realize that, in fact, a lot of these broken trees do show signs of scorch marks and things on the sides. Whatever came through here at blinding speed, and likely caused some of this this vegetation to burn. You find at the end of this rut exactly what you may or may not have been hoping was there. You see the tangled, battered remains of a royal shuttle that was taken from the palace of Eternos. The smoke is definitely rising from the engines of this shuttle.
Seeing where we're at and having an idea of the range of a ship like this, what are the chances of the tanks being still too full and being dangerous because of and it could explode because of the fires?
So you realize that it lost quite a bit of fuel going through the trees and things of that nature. It also looks like several of the fuel tanks were torn open, ruptured. Your guess is probably by the ape-like creatures that you just encountered. You don't think that it's in any danger of exploding at this point.
Not that it looks safe, but it would have blown up by now if there's fire. So I guess we can go closer.
I don't think Dare would hesitate. I think he would go rushing towards this wreckage, and immediately probably just start calling out for his mom and his dad.
Shieldor will put his hand on Prince's shoulder and say, "We don't know anything yet, lad. We will see what we see."
As they go toward the ship, I scan around and make sure that none of those beasties are coming back at us.
Nim's going to be looking at the ship to see if there's anything salvageable or what was taken based off of what he can see and in the course of moving, but following behind the prince, just being quiet and analytical.
Bikor, you kind of hang back, head on a swivel, looking around, keeping stock of what's going on externally around this area. So far, everything's very still and very quiet. The rest of you have pressed forward towards the shuttle. It's very easy to see that there are footprints of these simiati, these large ape-like creatures kind of all around this area. It definitely looks like there was fighting that took place after this thing crashed here. You do see other sets of prints. They are more normal-sized, booted prints, and there is quite a bit of blood. It's difficult to tell who or what it might have belonged to, but the tracks, both the humanoid, if you will, and the large ape tracks lead off kind of into the distance. And you can see inside the shuttle that it looks like at least the jackets from 2 sets of the cold weather gear in the shuttle have been taken. But you also see, Dare, that on the equivalent of like a desk or whatnot, like a working table kind of along one side of the back part of the shuttle, that there are several pieces of a similar looking material to the bones and the tusks of the simiati are kind of laid out in a row. Almost all of the pieces are somewhat similar in size and shape, and they all have some kind of markings that are etched into them. It seems as though someone was trying to get a series of runes correct onto these pieces, but there's slight variations between each of the pieces. Perhaps they might be mistakes? Difficult to tell.
I can't. Doesn't make any sense. I can't discern what were they looking into, and where did they go? This environment's too harsh. They couldn't have gone far.
Your parents are remarkable people. If anyone can survive here, it is them. Cannot lose hope, Prince.
Thank you, Shieldor. I know that from my mother's told me stories of her adventures in the past, and although Uncle Duncan is no longer with us, I know that he has trained you and Nim, and even you, Bikor. I know that you have all have faced your challenges, but I don't know where this will lead us, and I don't know what we will find.
Wherever it leads us, it will lead us there together.
How much daylight do we still have?
Maybe an hour or two.
Is any of the ship systems functioning? Any power sources and or anything that could be potentially fixed to provide a better heat source or maybe activate a certain electronic device on the ship, like sensors?
Yes, there is enough of the battery, reactor core, whatever it would be called, that is remaining intact, that you could seal off a portion of the shuttle and turn on life support, essentially, to heat it enough to withstand the cold, especially if you were going to spend any considerable time here. In addition, you are fairly certain that with very little trouble, you could probably reconnect and reactivate the scanning system.
Nim would like to do that. So he's going to be sitting, I was like, Shieldor, I'll set up the back room for the life support for the evening so that we won't freeze to death. And then I'm trying to get the sensors on, so maybe we can use them to locate the king and queen.
I'll guard the door, he says, having no idea what you're talking about. Like, he knows you know computer stuff and tech stuff. But Shieldor's old school. He writes things in notepads. So he'll sort of nod and sort of acquiesce that this is something that you can do better than him. And he'll go and keep watch.
I'm going to do a walkabout around the ship as they're setting up the inside to see if there's any track. You said already that were the Simieri's tracks going away, but I'm wondering if there's any human tracks going away.
There are, yes, 2 sets, as a matter of fact.
Heading south?
Yeah. Heading in a southern direction. All of the tracks do head in the same direction.
Any way to know how long ago that would have been that they passed?
Ooh, yeah, let's see. Let's roll instinct. And I think that you're a scout, so 2 dice.
Yeah, I guess the sun is coming down because I failed.
Ooh, okay. Okay, it's difficult to tell. It's probably snowed since these have been laid, but not heavily. So it's the kind of thing where you can tell that the tracks are there, especially because there's so many of them, and it looks like there was quite a bit of a skirmish that was unfolding, like while they were moving away. But being able to tell exactly how long has passed is not you're not capable of doing so.
Can I just see if they were walking or running?
Running, definitely. There is a lot of blood again, kind of scattered around both the ship and kind of trailing off in this direction, and the strides are far apart.
So I walk back towards Shieldor, which is standing in the door, and I report in. So there are 2 sets of tracks, as in man-sized, are heading south. There seems to be some blood, but it's hard to say if it was from them or from the fray. Can't say how long that has been, but seeing the setting sun, cold is going to catch up to them unless they found shelter somewhere.
They'll find a way. I believe that.
I'd like to have your faith in them.
Maybe you should.
Okay, Nim, where you are in the cockpit, kind of messing with the controls, trying to get these scanners back online. Let's get some kind of roll for that. I think scanners in systems of that kind of nature are going to be knowledge.
Okay.
Let's see. You are strategic soldier. I would imagine being a strategic soldier, tech is definitely something that you would have to embrace to some degree, in Eternia at least. You'd have to be able to, read schematics of a battlefield and things like that, which would be very likely all done digitally in Eternia. So let's roll 2 dice against your knowledge. You want to get above.
Since he is a protege of Man-at-Arms, so we'll get that 2 dice in there.
There you go.
So we've got knowledge, so we want high. So I rolled a 4 to 2, which is that, but I'm going to use a PowerPoint to change that 2 to a 3 for 2 successes.
Excellent. Okay, so you do it, and you do it well. So you're kind of, touching wires together, trying to figure out, what the right combination might be. And you finally get to, and there's this kind of noise as part of the ship powers up, and very quickly there's that kind of sonar sweep from the screen in front of you, and you don't see any life forms other than the 4 of you out here, at least within the range of the radar itself. But there is something else to the south, in the direction where all of the tracks seem to be headed. There is a constant ping on that scanner, and it doesn't move, it doesn't change in consistency or density. It's just a constant ping, but something is out there.
Okay. As he got it working, he's like, ha! And then he's like, kind of frustrated. I'm not picking anything. I'm not picking anyone up, but something strange is on the radar. Maybe it's in the, as he's kind of yelling back, it's in the direction that everyone seems to be going, I think, south. I think that's where we need to go. Is there a chance that the communications, if there's a communication device for long range by chance?
Let's see. You got 2 successes. Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's sketchy. It kind of comes in and out, but
which is fine.
Working.
So I'm trying to see if I'm going to send a communication out on a normal emergency frequency or a general frequency that most Eternians, maybe the king or the queen, would have, to see if there's possibly a way to establish a communication, just to something. It's a shot in the dark, but who knows?
Absolutely. Okay. You try this for a while and you get no response. You know, again, you're kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and the king and queen, if they're out here, they may or may not have communication devices on them. They may or may not be conscious. It's hard to say.
There's a lot of variables that he's going through, but there's that 1.7% chance that there might be something. So he had to do it. At least something to help the prince.
Yeah,
I think while this is going on, Dare is with his data pad is basically recording all these different runes that are inscribed. So just kind of like taking pictures and just cataloging them for later reference if needed. But the whole time, like as Nim is sending out this communication, that white noise static that's just coming over the comm is just like weighing heavily on. Like he's like just poised, just waiting for just any voice just to come over that comm. And after a while, he just kind of, you can kind of see him. He just kind of like slumps as he just kind of puts like both hands on this desk, and his head kind of bows down as definitely as the night comes across.
As the light of day begins to fail outside, Dare, it's your studying of these runic markings, your recording of this, just about the time that you've kind of like stopped recording and put down your data pad, and that white noise is weighing on your mind. You look up and there's just something strange about a place in the air, kind of near that desk in the corner of the room, this small sliver of iridescence that just kind of seems to not quite be against the wall. It's just a little out away from the wall, and it's hard to really explain what it is, but something about it seems familiar and is nagging at you.
Yeah, I imagine it's almost like he's like trying to reach out and touch this.
You reach out and kind of thread your finger through this sliver of iridescence, and how is it through interaction with it. The touch, the feel of it, something about it dawns on you why it's familiar to you. But tell me how it is that you recognize the magic of Orko.
Like as touch it, it's almost like if you ever put like your hand on one of those electric balls, and you know how like has all the electricity, and then you put your hand on it and just like centralizes. You kind of get that. I get that feeling like I'm connecting with something on the other side of this, and it's giving me just kind of this warm, fuzzy feeling. Like I just feel good. Like I feel the essence of good. My heart kind of lifts as if good nature vibes are kind of flowing in there. And I think it would be kind of just faint on his lips as he says Orko.
As you utter the name Orko, you realize that the feeling that you're feeling, the sensation that you have between your fingers of this sliver of iridescence, suddenly becomes more tactile. It's something you can actually feel now. It's tangible. And as you kind of pull your hand back, there's a ribbon, a physical ribbon that comes out of this sliver of iridescence between your fingers. And as you continue to pull, you realize that it's attached to a scroll. And a scroll tumbles out of this sliver of iridescence, appearing almost out of nowhere, and drops into your hand. That's where we're going to take our break. So, 10 minutes. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. Thank you all so very, very much for tuning in so far. Sit tight. We will be right back, and we'll finish the second half of The Gatekeeper. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of tonight's one-shot, The Gatekeeper. We're playing some Masters of the Universe. Actually, what we're playing is the Expedition engine. This version is designed around Masters of the Universe. So, we find ourselves in the polar ice cap region, looking for a place called the Southern Gate. You have fought a handful of these large ape-like creatures called the Simiati, and have now found the crashed Royal Eternos shuttle, and it sounds like have decided to stay the night here, to weather the weather. Where it's warm and safe from the environment around you, and Prince Dare has found a strange series of these pieces of bone or tusk that looks like it belonged maybe to some of these Simiati, and have runes carved into them, and now has found a hidden scroll that seems to have some kind of connection to Orko.
Orko, what are you trying to tell me? And I will I mean, if it has a seal, I'll break the seal. Otherwise, like, I'll just like unfurl this scroll to see what's inside.
Excellent. So you open this scroll, and now I don't know if everyone would necessarily agree, but I personally imagine Orko's handwriting to be very difficult to read. So what I would like from you is some kind of roll. How much exposure to Orko has Prince Dare had throughout his life, in your imagination?
I mean, I guess it depends on did Adam keep Orko in the court once he took
I think
the
so.
crown?
I think
Okay.
so.
So, I mean, is he still around, or did he like go back to Trolla, or did he
I imagine he
pass?
was around at least for a while. I'll leave that up to
Okay.
you, though. You tell me.
Okay.
I
I
taught you some
imagine.
stuff, huh? Could have been like a teacher for you in some things.
Yeah, I think he definitely probably would have instilled some knowledge about Eternia, probably told me a lot of his exploits with He-Man and Tila and Man-at-Arms and all of that stuff. So that's probably where I got like most of my stories from about the time of the Age of Heroes, so to speak. But yeah, but I would say I probably haven't seen any of his text since I was a young lad. So
Okay. So I would say that this is likely a knowledge roll.
okay.
And we've established that you had quite a bit of experience with him. So I think that you would probably qualify for a second die, but not a third, since it's been so long since you've seen any. So let's get 2 dice against your knowledge, please.
All right. I rolled 2 2s, which is definitely under my knowledge score. So that's 2 successes.
Okay, so for knowledge, you want to roll over your number.
You want to roll over on knowledge?
Mm-hmm.
You're rolling on the left. You want to roll? Oh yeah, I guess I'm more instinct than knowledge. Oops, never mind. So I didn't get any successes. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, for all intents and purposes to you, it looks like a spell scroll. Like, it's hard to tell what this even is.
Yeah. Oh, it's like
I have a suggestion, and Jim, I need your thought on this. Tim or Nim has a computer fold up on his arm that, based off of Man-at-Arms being Man-at-Arms and having these tech informations, would Man-at-Arms have difficulty trying to read Orko's language and put his information into a database that maybe if I scanned it, I could figure out what it was? Or is that really stretching it?
Maybe. I mean, it's a stretch, but I'm willing to give it a roll. So I think this would probably be knowledge as well because it is tech based. But I think I'm gonna limit it to a single die.
I'm stretching it big time.
Sure. Yep.
So as he flips open, he's like, Prince Adam, you said Oracle wrote something? Can you read it?
I have not transcribed Trolla in so long. I can't make heads or tails of any of this.
If you will permit me, allow me to. And he flips it up and scan it for a second. I think I might be able to help. Let's see. And kind of scan it a little bit to see. And that's a 3, which is a success over my knowledge. And kind of comes up. Bless you, Man-at-Arms. You knew this would one day come up. And I basically, with the screen, I basically a little hologram, and it translates into whatever he wants, into a more better phrase, I guess.
Yeah, so this manages to kind of decipher a lot of the chicken scratch, if you will, the scribbling of Orko, and helps you to make sense of this. And from what you can piece together, it's not an exact translation, because you know that had it been written or spoken, at least by Orko, that it would be a rather poetic rhyming scheme, kind of spelling out whatever this message might be meant to convey. However, what you can decipher from the message is that these items, these pieces, seem to be some form of talisman. And apparently, Orko believes that if you go through the gate without a talisman, that you will not be protected from the darkness within. So it looks like these series of runes that he was inscribing on each of these pieces was an attempt to get the series of runes written out correctly. And these pieces that are left behind are the ones that were mistakes. They had errors in their runes, and they were left behind.
Do we have a depiction of what the correct runes are? We just need to transcribe them onto this material?
So effectively, there's enough of these pieces here that being able to compare them to one another, if someone is able to roll well enough, you will be able to decipher what the correct series of runes are, and then you just simply need material to inscribe them upon.
Nim, do you think with the help of your computer, maybe if you connect it to the ship, you'll be able to transcribe the runes?
Is worth a try. I believe systematically as you kind of see his brain just kind of like doing numbers and projections and figuring out how to yes, I believe it can. Yes, I'll get right on it. And I start doing the scanning and analytically, piecing them together and figuring out what the best rune would be.
While all of this is transpiring inside the shuttle, Shieldor, you're in the door, so I don't imagine that you're far enough away that you wouldn't be able to hear at least pieces of this conversation. So is there a reaction that Shieldor has? Is there anything he's doing in this instance?
Yeah, I think he's listening to see if the boys can figure it out. If they, he wants them to be able to like figure out problems alone. He won't be here forever, and neither will the king, and neither will the queen. And he sort of has been more and more leaving them more sort of like rope, I guess,
Sure.
slackening
Okay.
a little bit to give them more space to figure out stuff themselves. So for now, he's just listening and waiting and seeing what they come to.
Okay, and then Bikor, what are you up to?
Are there tarps that I can find in the storage or?
I would imagine there's probably at least one that's set up as a, I don't know, like an emergency shelter type situation.
Because my idea is to, as the light is dimming, if it turns on the power inside, there's going to be a light, and light is going to draw stuff to us. So I want to hide the portals that we can, using the tarp, the blankets, anything that we anyway. The ship is wrecked. So if I need to take a knife and take the upholstery off some of the seats to do that. The idea is to this and some duct tape. We should be able to block most of the light coming out from that thing.
Perfect. And it's while you're messing around with the outside of the shuttle, kind of trying to plug all of these places where light spills out from the interior, you find a partial hand of one of these semiotes, kind of still with its claws embedded in some of the metal of the outside of this shuttle, where there's like 4 long ruts along the metal where it kind of peeled open the hull of this shuttle, and at the end of those ruts essentially are the 4 fingers and part of a hand of one of these giant apes.
And how was it cut off?
It looks like it was torn.
So it's not a clean cut, as in it's the.
No, not at all. Very ragged.
Yeah, is it burned? Is it?
The hair on the outside of it is singed and burnt, but other than that, it's fairly well intact, quote unquote.
And the inside is it still? Is it sinew and flesh, or that's the same metal?
So the flesh is definitely sinew and muscle, but inside the bones and the talons are all that same material, where it's that black, mealy, granular texture on the inside.
And that's what they need to make the kind of. So I figure I take both hands and pry it off outside. If it's something that managed to gouge metal, it's probably pretty badly stuck in there. So I see myself with 1 foot on the hull, and I'm pulling until it actually goes, and I fall on my ass, and I just look around, noticing that the Shieldor was just looking the other way at the right moment, and I get up and walk to the door, and I figured that going in and out to get more fabric and the tarp and things, and warming up a bit, because the heat must be the cold must be catching up very fast. I come back and with the hand in hand and say so I think I overheard you need those, and I've got the big lump of the hand in my hand in my grasp. Is there anyone reacting to that?
Nim's organizing, figuring out, and probably not paying attention to what happened at first.
Where did you find that?
It was stuck on the side of the hall, under one of the portholes.
Very
It
good.
has the same anti stuff you mentioned earlier.
Antimatter. That's not from Eternia. I've only witnessed, at least when I was younger, some magic, but I've never seen true magic. I've only heard it in the tales, in the stories. Shieldor, you were my age. Did you ever see him?
Yes. More than once. And you probably think he's going to like sort of say like, and it was he just that's the entirety of the sentence.
No one's seen him for a very long time.
He was there when we needed him. We didn't need him anymore.
Well, we need him now. Where is he? The king and queen, my parents, have gone missing. These strange creatures are threatening Eternia.
There were many like him, and I'm sure there will be many others when the need arises. Eternia protects itself. You studied history, surely. Maybe you didn't listen.
I
If
listened,
you ask
but
me, Eternia would be nicer if there wasn't always this conflict going on, but who's asking?
We've had more peace in the last 20 years than Eternia has ever seen. You don't know what it was like before.
Try to forget what little I know of that time.
Eternia has always created heroes when it needed them. And if he cannot be here now, you are.
growing up, I always pictured myself fighting alongside my mother, my uncle, and the legend that is He-Man, fighting against the evil that threatened Eternia. And now I find myself in my own adventure, It's not as grand as I had imagined that it would be.
We all fought so you wouldn't have to. It sounds good in stories, glorious and exciting and heroic, but it's mostly walking and not sleeping well and fighting and sore boots. You'll remember bits and pieces of it when we finish this, when we have succeeded in our mission. You'll remember the excitement of fighting the apes, maybe. You won't remember having to sleep in this thing overnight because the cold would kill us, or the hours that we spent in the ice. You won't remember any of that. But that's most of it, Prince.
The only thing I hope for now, Shieldor, is that we find my parents alive and well. It seems that whatever it is that they were looking for is south, and well, that's where they're heading. I hope to set out first light. Hopefully Nim can read whatever these talismans are meant for. I hope that we won't need them, but better to have them than not.
Yes. Well, let's get to work. I studied under man-at-arms. I know how to make a thing.
Excellent. Okay.
Where are the mounts? I know that my bike is probably propped right beside the door, but the griffin and the lion and the big cat
are huddled in here. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say probably sheltered in here with us.
I imagine so. Yeah, I imagine it's pretty pretty tight quarters.
Yeah,
they'll keep us warm. Like Craven keeps trying to like snuggle next to the lion. The lion keeps like stretching, like doing a big cat stretch to make sure that he doesn't get to.
Oh, Nim's, when we get to bed, Nim is tucked right in, just cuddled into the kitty, and the big cat is just and the paws just like right over him, just kind of, tucked in.
Yeah, Craven, every time like the wind blows and like just some of the metal creaks or those tarps are like, he's just always like, oh, what's that? Like he's got his wings like over his head, like peeking out of the feathers every now and again.
Prince, just tell that thing to sleep.
The lion is called Rory, obviously. And he and Shieldor have spent their whole lives together. And so when Shieldor has his eyes closed for sleeping, Rory is on guard. And when Shieldor opens his eyes, the cat will sleep. It's something they developed over the years so that they could keep watch at all times.
I always imagine Shieldor just slept with his eyes open.
He does. Yeah.
He's just like waving a hand over his face.
And he sleeps standing up too, at full attention.
100%. I love it. Okay. So let's see about some talismans. Let's see. It sounded like Shieldor was going to attempt to help Nim. Yeah. Okay. So Shieldor, let's see what you're gonna roll with making a thing. We'll see what we can add to Nim's roll here. Okay,
so I would have thought that Shieldor, since he sort of studied under man-at-arms, would have learned some of the making, crafting stuff from him.
Absolutely.
Certainly just like fundamentals, how to make a thing that won't fall apart. That sort of stuff. Nothing fancy, no flair, no like any sort of filigree or gilding the lily. It's just like, here is a brick that works,
Right. Okay. So that sounds like, knowledge or
yeah,
that works for you.
Sure, let's do knowledge. Yep.
Okay. You established you studied under men at arms, so that definitely would qualify as a second die. And I mean, everything that you need to make what you're trying to make is here. So I think that that's a 3 die situation.
Okay. Let's see how we go. Oh, that's 2 successes.
Okay, excellent. All right, so you'll add a success to whatever Nim manages to get. So Nim, let's get that roll from you. You are using tech once again, which is going to be knowledge again.
Okay.
We've already established that the system can kind of read some of these writings and things, and you're using the computer to help you. I think that that's definitely a second die. And you are strategic soldier. I think just the 2 dice.
I think it's 2 die. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in this situation,
so
just 2.
knowledge. Okay.
Yeah.
So knowledge. Oh. So that is a success, a 5 and a 2. So it's a success and a PowerPoint, I guess.
PowerPoint. Okay. So you got a single success on your own, and then a second one because of the help that Shieldor was granting to you. So that is, you succeed and you do it well. All right. So you manage to figure out the correct sequencing of these runes.
I imagine during the process, Nim and Shieldor was like, but the line goes here, and then it curves, but the dot, and you're like, Shieldor's like, no, you got to go this way.
Clean the metal, boy. Otherwise, the wells will not stick.
Yeah. And then you just that kind of channel and everything, and just he's being very, very precise on this process. But there's this banter back and forth.
Absolutely, and it's definitely a process, right? You've probably gone through a couple of these pieces, like the ones that you found on the shuttle here, that are basically just have to be tossed aside and start over kind of thing. But you managed to make 4 of these talismans, enough for, well, I guess technically there would be 2 more so that your mounts can have them as well. But you managed to make enough for your group out of the claws and the bones inside the partial hand that that Bikor found outside the shuttle. So, through the evening, you make these talismans, and you manage to get some sleep, relatively comfortable, but at least it's sleep. Each one of you whose die had degraded at some point during the combat, you can roll that back up a single die type from the rest that you managed to receive. You were nice and warm, at the very least. And the sun rises over the horizon the next day, turning the sky and the snowscape around you a brilliant kind of rainbow hue of colors, and the day is anew.
Bikor, are you still able to follow their tracks?
I'm gonna have to go out and look. Depends if it snowed during the night. So, while I'll get things ready, I'm gonna go and look ahead.
All right, so let's go ahead and get that roll again, Jeff. It's 2 dice, I believe, and you said it was instinctual the way you track, right? Okay. So let's do 2 dice against your instinct.
And that would be the 2 successes.
Excellent. Okay. So though the prints themselves are a little difficult to follow, it doesn't take much to find the blood that has been left behind. It did not snow heavy enough to cover the majority of the spots where that exists. So you have no doubt that you will be able to track at least whatever it is that was bleeding.
So I maybe scribble something on a tree, or mark a path, so before I head back to the down ship to see if everyone is getting ready. So I think I found the path we'll be able to follow. There's some snow. It might be a bit rough, but will probably be still easier for us since we've got the beasts and I've got mine. So we should be better than hopefully the king and queen. So let me know when you guys are ready.
We're ready. Shieldor will say. They're probably ready like a minute ago. If there's one thing this guy knows, it's how to get the hell up and get moving.
Yep. Definitely.
So I get on my bike and I start slowly driving toward the tracks.
All right. So you all set out in the direction of this trail of blood, and occasionally you can see signs of combat as well. Here and there, you might even actually find a piece of one of these semiotes, a finger, a hand, perhaps, a tusk. Definitely seems like there was a sprawling fight that took place kind of at several intermittent places along this trail. And before long, probably about 2 hours or so following this trail, you eventually find about half a dozen of these semionti dead, lying around in kind of a scattered area. And not far beyond that, you see a strange glow coming from a bizarre shaped portal, like a gate that seems to be constructed of a very similar material to the interior of the bones and tusks of these ape-like creatures that you've come across. Partially through this gate, you can see it looks like a completely different landscape on the other side.
I guess you ordered me to scout ahead, so just wait up. I get off my bike and I start walking toward the gate. Is there any hum on the air? Is there sound? Are the birds? So I figured that's the instinct,
Yeah, it's again, there's not really much in the way of even wildlife at this point. There's signs of there having been wildlife, maybe at some point here or there, scant as it might be. But as of now, it's very quiet. But the closer that you get to this gate, you can hear this. It's not an electronic hum. It's this almost like a whine, like a high-pitched, sustained whistling noise. And the closer you get to it, the more nails on a chalkboard it kind of becomes to you. That kind of, that unsettling kind of in your teeth and up your spine kind of sensation.
How far am I from the rest of the group?
Where did the rest of you stop? How far back?
It's a good. I'd say the group would have stopped maybe 100 feet away or something like that.
Yeah, it seems reasonable.
And I keep on walking. So I keep on walking. I still have my helmet on, so I figure I pull it down so that it stops my ear a bit more. Anyway, it's cold, so it's not like I'm going to be my head bare. So I keep on walking, and are there tracks on the ground? Are there?
There are, actually. There's a lot of tracks kind of around where the skirmish seems to have unfolded between the rest of these semiotes and whoever it was that was with them. But approaching the gate itself, there only seems to be the two more human-sized sets of tracks. You do notice other tracks that look larger, the semiotes tracks, but they all seem to be coming away from the gate, perhaps even originating at this point.
If I go around the back of the gate, how does it look?
So you kind of move around to the back side, and it actually looks much the same. Like it's a different perspective, but it looks like the same landscape.
Okay, so it's a gate both ways, as in
It seems to be, yes.
So I look around. How's the weather right now? As in, is it fully sunny around here? Is it cloudy?
It's very overcast. It's been kind of overcast all morning, but there is enough light to be able to see well.
I just bring my hand close to the shimmering inside. Is it warmer? Is it tingly? Is it
More tingly than any kind of difference in temperature. And again, like as you kind of extend your hand towards it, that feeling that in your teeth and on your spine kind of intensifies. Yeah, almost like a high pitched squeal, kind of almost like in your inner ear.
So I'm gonna walk back toward the rest of the group. The closer we get, the harsher it is on the ears. The place rings bad. I guess you're gonna have to do something about your cats, because what I know of cats is that they don't like sounds that are odd. But place is quiet, as in there's tracks. The tracks we were following, they're going toward the gate. The big tracks, there was fights, but they seem to have gone out of that gate in the first place. But none seem to have gone back toward the gate, at least from what I could see from there.
What could have possibly done this to these creatures? I mean, the four of us were barely able to take down but a few of these creatures. Here, these creatures lay in ruin.
Did your parents carry weapons?
I mean, my mother is a formidable fighter. My father is trained, but I've never seen them in combat. I look over to Shieldor and Nim.
I can't say I have. I've seen your mother fight, but not. I'm unaware of. I think I saw her once training with men at arms, but that is about it. I can't say for sure.
Your mother is extremely capable. I don't think it's impossible she could have done this. To protect your father, I think there's very little she could not do.
Do you think they went into that gate?
That's what it looks like when I look at the tracks.
Please, no, don't tell me we're going to go inside the gate. Please.
Well,
We have
if you
our
prefer
talismans.
keeping watch alone on this side,
Out here alone?
well, choice is all yours, beast. As I climb back on my bike.
Raven, now's the time to be brave. If not for me, then do it for my mother, my father. They need us. So I pull out this talisman. Is it doing anything? Is it glowing or humming?
Yes.
Or...
The runes on these talismans look to be kind of the same coloration. You can see beyond the veil of the portal.
I suppose we have no choice. We press on. For my parents. For Eternia.
Nim's been scanning the frequency just because God only knows what it is. But as these runes are lighting up, you might see this twinkle of like this fraction of he just stops for a second as if the color of the runes reminds him of something, and he kind of grabs something from underneath his shirt and kind of holds on to it for a quick second and then lets go and just kind of moves forward as if the rune color or a rune itself is reminding him of something deep in his past. Maybe not this particular rune, but a rune or something magical. Press on. All right. Spear comes out.
Okay. As the four of you and your mounts move forward towards the southern gate, all of you, if you would please, roll me a d6. Okay. 3, 4, 2. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. And 1. Okay. It is Prince Dare. As you are kind of making this kind of determined march towards uncertainty, that something dark in the snow kind of catches your eye, and as you kind of turn and look, you see that there is another one of these talismans lying in the snow that is broken in half. Its runes are not glowing.
Wait, what's that? And I'll rush over to it, move the snow so I can see this talisman.
It looks much like the ones that you found on the shuttle. The carving that was done by Nim and Shieldor, I would imagine, would be slightly different because theirs was done more from a mechanical standpoint. And the ones that you found on the shuttle and this one seem to have been done more with arcane magic. The etchings are kind of the same shapes, but this one was definitely crafted the same as those that you found on board the shuttle.
No. What if they didn't get it right? What if they inscribed the rune wrong? And he turns and looks at the gate. What if they tried to pass through the gate and something terrible happened?
Well, Prince, if something terrible happened, it didn't happen on this side. And as I say this, I guess I'll cross.
The other three of you watch as Bikor moves forwards, rolling on his motorcycle. The front of his motorcycle passes in through the veil of this portal, and there's this audible screech, almost like the sound of like dry ice on a hot pan. This kind of noise that's just gut wrenching, and it continues as he passes through, and as he clears the threshold of the veil of this portal, he disappears from view. You can still see this landscape on the other side, but you see no sign of Bikor.
Yeah, I think Dara would cry out like Bikor, just as he like passes through.
I will go through, Prince, and you will wait 3 minutes before following me, so that I will assure it's safe. Your Highness.
Shieldor.
And then he'll plop through as well.
Same kind of experience. The shrill, screeching noise as Shieldor and his lion pass through, and both disappear from sight.
While waiting, it's like, that hurt. That's maybe we go together and in 3 minutes. Your prince.
Together.
Excellent. And as he's watching the countdown go, doot, doot.
Yeah, and as we're standing there, like it is like a minute before we are supposed to step through, you see Dara like turn to his side and turn back, and Craven's like a ways back, like I'll just wait here. I'll just wait here for you to return. Craven, don't be get over here. No, but I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Excellent. As Nim and Dare and their mounts pass through, that kind of, cry of terror from Craven is kind of drawn out and pulled into that kind of screech, and you come out the other side and find, not far from the gate on the other side, Shieldor and Bikor standing there looking out at a place that is almost impossible to describe with words that are anything but a hellscape. Dragon serpents soar through the sky. Lava boils between the rocky outcroppings of barren land here, and the sun seems to have whips of fire that lash down onto the terrain below as it slowly spins. Not far from where you have exited this gate, you can see a palace.
Well, this seems hot. I guess we're not in Eternia anymore. Yes.
I figure as I did a circle before Shieldor jumped through, I started making a circle around the gate, hearing the metal on my bike pop because of the sudden change of temperature, as in from the cold of the south to this place here. But I dismount, and what can I see through the gate before he jumps in?
So through the gate, you can see the inverse of what you were seeing before. You see this kind of cool white-blue coloration of the snowy polar ice cap region of Eternia through the gate, but you see no beings. You don't see any of the compatriots you traveled here with, any of their mounts. You also do not see any of the mounds of the Semioti's bodies that you know to be just a short distance away from the gate.
But the spot would be the same, as in what little trees there were,
Yes.
The mountain in the horizon, and
Yeah, absolutely. The little kind of like ruined columns of some long forgotten civilization kind of in the area, all of that is still present, just no living beings.
If when Shieldor jumps through, is there's the same screeching?
It's less of a high-pitched screech on this side. On this side, there's kind of this very low, like
Bass drum or
yes, like
snare,
like a subwoofer on high. You know, this kind of vibrating tone that you almost can't even hear because it's such a low frequency.
So as I turn to see that he's jumping, does that draw the attentions of the dragons in the sky?
No. It's difficult to tell because of, you know, the size distance relation, but just the sheer haze of distance. Being a scout, you're fairly certain that they are like miles away. They're just
huge,
enormous. Yeah.
So I figure as Shieldor just falls naturally into a defensive stance, I just raise a hand as in like, oh, cool, as in, and I let him catch his breath as I pop my helmet because I'm starting to sweat underneath, but I keep my mask because I figure there's fumes from the lava. But I do open my coat, pop the buttons on that thing.
Yeah, Shieldor will look around and scan the sort of horizon, and I guess it's sort of clear what's ahead of us and what we could go to, right? Like,
yeah, like you can see the ruins of like other buildings and things around, but I mean they're decimated. So it's possible that they could be there, but it's very obvious that there is someone or something at this palace. Like you can see like the glow of like firelight, and somebody is there.
that's where we need to go.
Do we give a sign to the other ones for them to come?
I told them we would make sure it's safe before they came through. And he sort of, I guess, like maybe his like granite face like cracks it a little bit and he grins. I'm not sure that we can guarantee that. It's probably the biggest joke you've ever heard him tell in your whole time with him.
I just point on the horizon. As long as we don't have those coming along, I think we'll be fine.
Yes. That might be inconvenient.
Second joke.
He's like, don't tell the others.
Secret is safe with me. There's a man under that armor.
Only Shieldor feels compelled to joke when confronted with a hellscape, but not in the real world.
It's the anti-Eternia.
Yeah, I imagine on the other side, Dara would just start stripping off this winter gear, just leaves it here next to the gate. Probably takes out his data pad, and the instrument just basically is just kind of going all kinds of which ways. This is not Eternia anymore. So I don't know where we are. But I believe you're right. I believe the answers we seek are there.
Does it look like there's a path, a bridge, or something like that that goes over the lava that reaches to the palace?
It's the kind of thing where you'll have to kind of pick and choose carefully kind of where you're going. So essentially we're going to get rolls from everyone, and you may or may not sustain some damage from trying to cross these dangerous chasms with the lava kind of, you know, shooting upwards and all that kind of nice stuff. So each one of you, if you would, describe to me how you make a path from here to there. and then we'll determine what we're going to have you roll and what danger might come from it.
Nim would actually spend a minute or two looking before going to see if there's a pattern and actually analyze if there was a pattern, if there was anything, what's larger, what's holding some of these pieces that you can jump on, analyze, seeing if he can get, I know it's a great distance, but if there's any information to calculate what would be and analyze what would be the best route for success, not necessarily for speed, but for success.
Okay. So that sounds like either knowledge or maybe control.
I would prefer knowledge because that's what he's good at.
Okay. Sure. That definitely sounds like it. You're kind of studying the land and figuring out what would benefit you the best. So I think for this situation, this is going to be fairly dangerous, even if you can find a good place to cross. Again, this lava is like throwing things up in the air. These like fire whips from the sun seem to kind of just lash down in somewhat random patterns onto the land. So I'm gonna have everybody roll this particular challenge with a full 3 dice.
So we choose however we want to go to, though.
Yes.
Shieldor chose control, sort of the same approach but different method to Nim. Sort of get there as safely as possible, even if that takes 3 times as long.
Right.
And clearly he has figured it out because I rolled 3 1s on my roll.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Which is
excellent.
Super good. So I guess he spends a long time sort of studying the path and whatever, and he's sort of doing little sort of gut instinct calculations in his head. He probably comes to the same conclusion that Nim comes to, the same path.
Right. Yeah, I imagine even like, there's certain pieces of these like broken rock outcroppings and things that might even like shift and move around like glaciers would almost, where sometimes they might even like rotate upside down and you have to like wait for one to cool long enough to like be able to jump to it. So that makes perfect sense. Nim, what did you get with your rolls?
3 successes, 1 is a 6.
Excellent. Okay.
I think they're immediately is like, this will be easy for us, Craven. We'll just simply fly over fly over there with those things. And there's huge dragons, and then just like lava rings. Just no, I don't think I'll be flying. Well. And so we will go very controlledly as he will still ride Craven, but it's kind of just like a kind of gallop hop onto one rock boulder and then onto the next and the next. So I got 2 successes on navigating the floating rocks that are in between on the pathway there.
Yeah, and I'm going for... I can't really smell anything here because there's too much brine, but I just follow the lay of the land, as in I'm not even studying the place. I'm just like, that rock. And as I cross, and I've got 2 successes.
Excellent. Okay. So, the challenge of this is going to once again be, or threat rather, is going to be 5. So, for those of you who have successes, take away your successes from the threat of 5, and then you're going to roll your health die the remaining amount of times.
Did you say earlier that we had regained 1 die, or?
Yeah, whatever your health die was at before you went to sleep, It will have increased one type.
By 1. So
Yep.
back to 12. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, you're at full
So
health.
5
again.
minus what the successes we had.
Correct. Yeah. So if you had 2, so you'll have to roll it 3 times.
Well, I got singed a bit. 1 damage.
Yeah, Darren, Craven did as well, as they're kind of leaping, and Craven, just letting his cowardice take over, kind of hesitates too long as one of these boulders kind of like collides into the boulder they're on and just kind of sends them scattering back a bit.
And how about Nim and Shieldor? How'd you fare?
Nim got 1 damage. I rolled a 2 on one of the dice. So I think when that collision, he jumped into one, and it just kind of turned a little bit, and a little bit it got dipped or singed by one of the fires that he just didn't anticipate.
Yeah, Shieldor also got singed, even with the safe route. At some point, some piece of like lava sprayed up and singed his pauldron and through to his shoulder.
Right. I think as you guys had kind of found this ideal path and were making your way across, one of these solar whips or whatever it is that they might be described as kind of like lashes downwards and hits the land, and there's kind of this, and one of these new fissures kind of instantly opens in the land, and some of these rocks pivot and change because of the sudden weight shift. And it causes, this splash of lava and pieces of these hot rocks to collide into one another and come your direction. So all of you manage to make it across, though not unscathed by the heat of this place. But make it you do. You now find yourself on the same large rocky outcropping as this strange-looking palace ahead of you. You see no guards here. You see no commoners, no villagers, no presence of people outside of this palace at all.
As in, there's no people, or there's no hovels or no houses. There's just as in, there's no trace that there used to be people, or.
So you could see some buildings that are kind of carved into the face of some of the existing rock formations and things here, that look like they might have been dwellings of some kind at some point, but they look long since abandoned.
And now that we're at the palace itself, when I look back at, because from the image earlier we were higher up, once we would be at the does it look like the place has specific protection from the lashes of the sun?
Yes, the palace itself is kind of built somewhat underneath some of these rocks. And the palace seems to be made of the same material as the gate itself. This kind of black granular material that you found on the inside of the bones and the talons and teeth of the Semiati.
So it doesn't look like we're going to be surprised by the sun while we're inside. If you look at the lines around, the sun doesn't seem to strike here.
But where is
The
everyone?
honors.
There's no people here. There's no one. There's no sign of my parents.
Well, they might be inside, though. It's not like that ground would leave marks compared to the snow on the other side.
Be careful. We'll venture inside, but stick together. Anything could
Are
be
there
awaiting us here.
windows, or?
There are windows that are a part of the actual palace themselves, but they're, second story or higher. There's none here on the ground floor. This place is built like a fortress.
Okay. Is it the door that's in front of us, or
Yes.
or
Yeah, there
hole?
is a large door. And judging from the condition of the door itself, it's like a double door, but one of them is almost completely off of its hinges. There seems to be quite a bit of damage to it. This place looks like it has seen its fair share of warfare and hardship.
Was that door bashed in recently?
It doesn't seem all that recent. Something about the remaining hinge that's still on there leads you to believe that it's been this way for some amount of time here.
Yeah, Daryl will just unholster his sidearm, like, whoosh, and begin to ascend the steps to this doorway. Looks back at Shieldor. We become our own heroes.
That we do.
And we'll push against or pull which way to open these doors to open the palace.
You push against the door that's kind of still intact, and it swings surprisingly easy open, despite its size and considerable weight. And it opens up, and you can see that while this place is entirely different from any kind of architecture you've ever seen in Eternia, this is not crass, but it's very pragmatic. The way that this place is built, there's a lot of right angles, there's a lot of structural supports that are just left out in the open without any kind of decoration, but it has its own kind of functional beauty to it. However, it has been ravaged, just like the exterior that you saw on the door. This place has seen a lot of hardship, a lot of warfare and killing. You can see blaster marks on the stone everywhere. You can see discarded blades, bones. This place was a battlefield at some point.
Are there any remains on the floor?
There are, yes, quite a few bones and things. They seem like they've been kind of pushed to the side, maybe just through time, almost like dust or dog fur would kind of gather in the corners up against the wall, out of the main pathways. That kind of seems like the case with most of the discarded weapons and the bones that you find here.
I was going to ask if there are human remains, but seeing the type of characters that there are in Eternia, I figure that there's going to be of all shapes and sizes anyway.
Yep, there's a lot of different bones here, some of which do appear human-ish. However, all of the bones that you find, if any of them are cracked or broken open, they have the same kind of interior as those of the Semiati.
Oh, and is that an empty chamber? As in, it's a huge room with a very high ceiling, or?
Yeah, it's kind of an antechamber, and just beyond there's a set of double doors that are wide open and seems to be like a throne room of sorts. But lining the walls of this throne room, which again would be incredibly unexpected given what your experiences in Eternia, lining the walls of this throne room, there are huge barred like cell doors. Like, this is a throne room, but It almost looks more like a dungeon.
And does the floor look disturbed, as in if someone came right before us?
It's hard to tell because there is almost nothing but stone on the ground. There's not really any dust to speak of. But you can see some signs of blood on the floor. And it's not fully congealed. It's not fully baked by the heat of this place.
So I shared that I figure I've got a knee on the ground and I touch. I guess your parent reached the place.
Yeah, I think before, I mean, just kind of, what's happened here? Yeah. And coming over to you, Bikor, seeing the blood on the ground, and just kind of yells out in this antechamber, just, "Mother, father, we're here."
Dare? You hear a voice echo to you from one of the nearby cells in the wall.
Quickly, without hesitation, just running and leaping over some of these bones and other debris or whatever over to this cell.
"Oh, Prince, wait!" Shieldor will say, thinking this must be a trap.
Despite Shieldor's protest, you manage to reach the bars of this cell, Dare, and as you kind of like slam up against them and peer inside kind of the darkened recess beyond, you can see two forms. One of them is cradling the other, and it takes a while for your eyes to fully adjust, but you realize it is the form of your parents. Your mother.
Who's cradling who?
Your mother kneels with your father's head in her lap, and she kind of strains looking towards you, but you can tell just by her demeanor, her body language, her shoulders are rolled downward. She is exhausted, or perhaps worse.
Mother, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna get you out of here. And he's like grabbing at these bars and like shaking them, feeling how like sturdy they are, and it's just, is father
Put a hand
okay?
on his shoulder. I figure, and I'm the one with the crowbar, Prince.
You shouldn't be here, Dare. No. Why did you come?
We had to come, Mother. We got the signal that your ship went down. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. And these creatures from this place, they're coming into Eternia. We have to get you out of here and close that gate.
At last, my collection will now be complete. Welcome, Prince.
A voice echoes to you off of the stone walls of this cavernous space. And as you turn to see where it might be originating, a figure steps down the stairs into this room. The shape of this being might perhaps be familiar, at the very least, to Shieldor. You see He-Man, but not like you have ever seen him before. His skin is the color of obsidian, the color of the inside of the bones of this place. His hair and his eyes, his equipment are crimson, the blood red color that you have been tracking in the snow. He draws from behind his back what looks like the fabled sword of power, though it glows red with an evil energy. Let's go ahead and roll initiative. Everybody roll a d6. Ooh, okay.
You assume that we're going to fight.
Well, you're at least going to move into turns. 3 from Jeff. Okay, and we've got 4, 4, and 1. Okay. So, as your luck would have it, I rolled a 1. So all of you are going to have a chance to act before Anti-He-Man gets to have a turn. So, in whichever order that you wish, please let me know what you're going to do.
But is it Anti-Eman or is it Anti-Man?
I guess you'll have to ask.
The sword. We have to take the sword. That's what gives him the power. Shieldor will say, the sword. Take it from him. Disarm him. That's our only hope. I will distract him.
Try.
We become our own heroes, Dare. No matter what happens. You've done well. And you've become that. And I'm going to run at him. I'm going to try and smack him in the sword arm with my shield.
As Shieldor runs towards Anti-He-Man, Dare will just still standing there at his bar. He just turns and holds out a hand and just no, Shieldor.
So my intent is to try and clang his arm, like a muscle, to cause it to spasm or something. I don't know if he's made of muscle, but that's the intent.
Sure. Okay, so that sounds like a force.
Yeah, for sure.
And I mean, you're Shieldor using a shield, so that definitely would qualify you for a second die. Yeah, I think even in this situation,
could I argue protective?
Yeah, I think so. You're trying to interpose yourself between this imposter and Dare, so I think a third die is warranted here.
Okay, sweet. Let's see how we go. A 1, a 3, and a 3. That's 3 successes. Under 5.
Excellent. Let's see here. Ooh, okay. First roll up, that's a 2. So he is going to drop from a d12 to a d10. Second roll. 5. Third roll. 5 again. Okay. So yeah, you managed to slam into his shoulder, and the sword tip kind of drops downwards, kind of sparks against the stone of the stairs that he's standing on, but he does not lose his grip entirely.
Yeah, he'll drop into a defensive stance to try and withstand whatever is going to come his way. And that's it for me.
Nim, seeing the prince there, looking inside and seeing the king and the queen, and seeing Shieldor running and listening to his words, he's like, well then, Prince, me lady, me lord, let's for Eternia, and runs in towards Anti-He-Man and twirling the spear. I think he's gonna try to smack He-Man's hand, because since Shieldor said, get rid of the sword, and it's very obvious that he hit him on the shoulder, he's gonna crack him on the back of the hand and forearm to try to get that to lose his grip and make him drop it, hit a nerve, in that arm.
Sure. Okay, excellent. So let's see here. It sounds like force again. Maybe. Possibly flare, because you were talking about how you were kind of doing it with a flourish and a spin, trying to catch him off guard. So I think either one of those would work.
I prefer flare if possible. So,
Okay, sure.
Yep, twirling and then multiple hits on that. All right. So flare. Are we looking at 1 or 2 dice?
Let's see. Your soldier and strategic. You're trying to get him disarmed. I think that this would also qualify for 3 dice in this situation.
Oh, okay. All right, flare is at 5, so we want to roll low. So I rolled a 3, a 4, and a 5. I would like to use the power that I point that I have to drop that down to a 4 for 3 successes, please.
Okay, excellent. All right, so he is currently D10. 3 successes. Here we go. 7, 5, and 5 again. Okay. So you
Nim just can't do it.
apparently not, man. So Nim strikes out with the kind of the flat of his spear and slams it against the back of the hand of Anti-He-Man. However, the bracer that he wears on his wrist seems to take the brunt of the strike from your spear, and there's just this kind of resounding ding of the metal on metal, but it causes him no harm.
Well, that's unfortunate. And then prepare for him to lash out at me.
Okay. Who's next?
I figured that our chances lie in numbers. That's He-Man in front of us. So as I was getting ready to open the door with my crowbar, I figured let's keep that plan on. The queen was a fighter. She's probably better with the sword or whatever she can grab than I am. So I'm going to try to pop that cage open.
Okay, excellent. That sounds like a force type of roll, and you've got the crowbar. And you're a scout. I don't imagine that this is the first time that you've sprung somebody out of a jail or a dungeon. So I think, likewise, this is probably 3 dice.
All right. Let's go for that. And that's 2 successes and a fail.
Okay, 2 successes. So this thing has D6 health die. There's a 1 on the first roll, so we're going to move on to a D4.
It's a good crowbar.
Okay. So, yeah, this thing pops open. You manage to break this lock, and you're able to swing this cell door open, if you'd like.
I don't know how much time you're leaving me, but that's once it pops, I hand the crowbar toward Her Majesty, saying, "Your Majesty, I'll take care of His Majesty."
You can tell that she is incredibly weak. You can see both of them have several wounds on their bodies. She kind of looks up at you with a plea, like she's not sure that she can even stand against this foe. She might not even be able to stand at all at this point.
Well, looks like we're going together then, but that's going to be next round.
With the cell open, Dare runs in and just slides over on his knees over to his parents, putting a hand on his dad and putting a hand on his mom's shoulder. Mom, Dad, how can this be? How can this be the hero of legend?
Something went wrong with going through the gate. Your father tried to be the one to be brave and strong like he always does, but I think my talisman protected me. Your father's was lost, broken. When we went through, he appeared.
What do I do? Mom, what do I do? I'm not like you.
This place. Dare, we're lost, but you are not. Free yourself. Get back to Eternia. Destroy the gate.
Not without you. Not without Dad. I can't let Shieldor and Nim or Bikor fight my battles for me. If we don't stop him, then all Eternia is lost. And he reaches down and he will grab his mother's, it looks like a baton. He grabs that and he stands. Raven, stay with Mom. And he begins to just run out towards the cell. And as he does, he just kind of does a whistle as Shieldor's lion like leaps over, and he just like grabs onto this mane and leaps on. And as he flicks this wand, it turns into a rapier like sword as he charges forward towards Anti-He-Man.
All right. Excellent.
And what I want to do is I have a couple of man-at-arm tricks as well as I rely on a couple of tech gear. I want to shoot basically like a grappling hook, like maybe like bolo around He-Man's legs and kind of like pull him down.
Okay. So this sounds like it could be flair or knowledge.
I'll go with flair.
Okay. All right. So
Good,
you've got you've got a single die. You're establishing that again you've worked with Man at Arms and you understand tech. So I would say a second die. Yeah, I think 2 dice in this situation.
Okay. All right. Flair is on the right side, so I want to roll under.
Right.
All right. That is 1 success.
Okay. Excellent. Let's see. He is currently... Okay. So this bolo shoots out, wraps around Anti-He-Man's legs, causing him to fall and topple down a few of these stone stairs. And you can see him hit his head on a couple of these stairs. Though he's not out of the fight, that did actually do some damage to him. Okay. I think that's everyone now. Okay. So from where he has fallen down a few of these steps, he reaches down with his off hand and grabs a hold of the cable or leather thong or whatever it is that forms the bindings of this bolo, and just tears it with one hand as if it were nothing. Gets to his feet and raises his sword of power towards the sky. And he says,
By the power of Hellskull, I have the power!
bolt of red lightning streaks downward out of the sky and collides with his sword. He then turns and points it towards you, Prince Dare. This red lightning shoots forwards at you. How are you going to try to avoid this lightning?
I imagine while I'm still riding Shieldor's cat, this cat is kind of like parkouring off of the columns and the debris as this like red arc is like and just destroying the stonework. It's just kind of like leaping as I'm trying to like just hang on for dear life.
All right. So let's see
So
here.
I'd go with Grace.
Grace?
It's a cat.
Sure. All right. So Grace, this is not your mount, so I don't think you're going to qualify for a third die. However, Noble. Oof, I think this is only a single die.
Okay. I'll go with it.
Okay. Well, Lloyd is making
I'd
a good
argue
point.
that the lion has
Yeah.
been trained to protect Prince Dare just
Sure.
as much as Shieldor has.
That makes perfect sense. So I will grant you a second die.
Okay. All right. Over. On the left, you want to go over? Yep. So that's 2 5s. So that's 2 successes.
Excellent. 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 Okay. However, this lightning has a threat level of 6.
Nice. All right. So 4.
So we're gonna
4
need
die rolls.
4. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Oh, that is a 2. So that's going to drop me down another die. Oh, of course. That's a 1. So I drop down another die. Okay. That's 5. So that's the third last roll. Okay. All right. Yeah. I took 2 hits. So I imagine like it's like leap and it's like boom as this like column explodes. And it's kind of like, some of the debris like just kind of hits. And then it's like another just like almost pretty much direct hit as the lion goes one way and Dare goes sliding across the floor the other way.
Absolutely.
As he's just kind of like probably laid. He's not down, but he's laid out on the floor.
Right. This red lightning, however, is not finished. Dare, you said 2 got through to you? Okay. That means when this lightning arcs from Dare over to Shieldor, you have a threat of 2 coming at you. So you need to roll your hit die twice, please.
Okay. Good on both.
Okay, so it doesn't go any further. It doesn't go past Shieldor, but this lightning bolt arcs from the prince over to Shieldor, and Shieldor, you're able to avoid what the prince could not.
Yeah, I think he brings up the shield and maybe it like absorbs a bunch of the energy or bounces it off to a safe direction.
Yeah, it absolutely glances off the surface of the shield and like collides with one of these, structural buttresses or columns or something that collapses in on it, kind of cascading rocks downwards into this open throne room. Okay, that was Anti-He-Man. We're now back to the 4 of you, whatever order you wish.
I'll go. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Well, there's one thing I do well, and it's disappearing. And it just turns out that I have a beast that stayed in the cage. I'm sure it's very willing to leave. And so I pick up their majesties and put them on the back of the beast, and I guide the 3 of them out. And that will be a subtlety roll. Because I figured that let's get the king and queen out.
Sure. That makes great sense. Okay. So you do have the advantage currently that Anti-He-Man is not paying very much attention to you. And you're a scout. So I would say that this is probably 3 dice.
And it's a triple success.
Excellent. Okay.
3, 3, and 6.
All right. So you manage to get the Majesties loaded onto the back of Craven, and manage to kind of start making your way back out of the throne room as well as the antechamber. You make it about that far, and it seems like, as of now at least, it's gone unnoticed.
There we go. Now for the prince. Next round.
Shieldor will just, having bounced the energy away, move down towards this thing, this anathema of He-Man, and he's just going to try the same thing again. He's going to like feint high and then swing low and try and bash the rim of the shield into like the wrist or the hand of this thing. So it's just going to be straight up force, no messing, just smashing.
Okay.
As hard as he can.
Sure. All right. So again, trying to play the the protective soldier. I think 2 dice at least. Let's see. Soldier. I mean, again, like, you're fighting with your shield, so I think 3 dice.
Okay. Let's see how we go. 6, 6, and 1. Oh my god. Okay, so 1 success.
Okay. 1 success. Let's see. Okay. So again, he doesn't lose his grip on the sword, but it does cause quite a grievous wound on his forearm, and kind of laying open his kind of obsidian-colored flesh. And on the inside, you notice that his flesh even seems to be made of this same dark, granular material.
You are everything that he is not. You are alone. He always fought with friends at his side. That is why you will fall.
It is why he lies dying in a cell, and why I stand before you. Because I am everything he cannot be.
Trying to decide if Shieldor knew who He-Man was. I don't think he did.
Might not be.
Yep. So he just sort of shakes his head and assumes this is some evil lie that this thing is saying. And he'll drop to a defensive posture again.
If Nim doesn't mind, Nim's going to try to, hearing this, he's like, wait a minute, He-Man might be in one of the other chambers. There's several doors here. And then realizes, can't focus on that, and kind of jumps around, spinning and hitting. He's going to jump on to Anti-He-Man's arm and try to maneuver with leverage in a way, and just twist his body and twist the sword out of his hand with the spear.
Okay, that definitely sounds like Flair.
Literally, body is on his arm, and legs are trapped on his arm, and he spins his body using the spear to get the sword.
Absolutely. And again, namesake spinning spear, so I think 3 dice.
All right, here we go. Flair, you said, right?
Yes, without a doubt.
Oh, shnikes, Batman. That is only going to be 2 successes. I rolled a
2
6.
successes. Okay, let's see here. Okay. So you jump on his considerable arm, and while he has no difficulty holding the weight of your body up with this arm, injured though it is, it does, however, manage to wrestle the sword of power from his hand, which sails kind of out of his hand and tumbles through the air, landing of course, point down, like straight into the floor, just straight into the stone as if it were made of mud. Just this kind of within reach of Dare, no less.
Exactly what I was hoping for, is that suddenly that it's twisted and there's that panoramic of, you see the sword flying through the air, and this lands right in front of him, and you see the smile like, well, there we are, and looks over at He-Man and negative He-Man, and goes, there we are, and knows that he's about to die.
Dare will achingly begin to get up from the ground, like holding his side as he struggles to stand. You can tell he's got some dirt and some scrapes and scratches on his body from that blast that hit him and sent him flying, getting the wind knocked out of him. And he did hear the comment about how He-Man is dying in one of the cells, and he looks for a moment like, where are you when we need you? We need you to save Eternia. And he sees the sword, and when he looks and he sees the sword, he hears Shieldor's voice, and it says, Eternia always has heroes when they are needed. A hero arises when Eternia needs one.
And I think like as you're looking, and this is kind of playing through your mind, you see your own face reflected in the blade of the sword, and for just a moment, could be just a trick of the light, but your face looks like all of the depictions of He-Man that you once heard.
And he limps over closer and closer to the sword, and he reaches out and he grabs it as he puts his hand around it, and he takes hold of it, and he looks up at Anti-He-Man, and he says, we become our own heroes. And he lifts it out of the ground as he holds it aloft. By the power of Grayskull, I have the power.
Those of you who can see, watch before your very eyes as the light in the room intensifies around Prince Dare. And as the light fades, before you stands He-Man. Slightly different. It is still recognizable as Prince Dare, but he's older, much larger, and the sword seems to fit in his hand. Anti-He-Man looks downward at this display, and he cries out,
No! No! This cannot be. This whelp. This nothing. That sword is mine. Eternia is mine.
okay. Has anybody not gone yet? I think everybody did this round.
I'm gone.
That's fair. Okay. It is Anti-He-Man's turn, then. He leaps downwards from the stairs towards Prince Dare. As he does so, he comes downward with one of his fists, attempting to punch Prince Dare. Prince Dare, what are you going to do to try to avoid this attack?
I don't think he would avoid it. I think he would like grab the fist, you know.
Oh, okay. Fair. Okay. So let's roll that out. Force, perhaps, or control?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be kind of it could be either or, but maybe force for force.
Okay.
An immovable object.
Sure.
Needs none stuff. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's go force. We're gonna go 3 dice.
Okay. Now, is it my force or is it a different kind of force?
So let's roll it, and we'll figure that out.
All right. So I got a 643.
643. What is your force score?
My force would be those. What is it on the right? So I would need to roll under. Though none of those would be successes.
Okay.
Because as Dare, I'm not forceful at all.
Right. So 6, 4, and a 3. Okay. So those would, I think, probably be successes. He-Man is certainly more force than grace, I would say. And as such, so would Prince Dare in this situation. So that's 3 successes to avoid his fist. His fist was only a threat of 2. So you do indeed catch his fist in a move that perhaps surprises both of you. Okay. So, looking shocked and surprised as you catch his fist in your own, and he tries to push past, just tries to muscle his way past your grip. You don't budge. All right. What are the 4 of you going to do now? Again, whatever order you wish.
Nim's going to go last because he's in shock.
I think I would as I'm holding this fist, I would just like clamp down and like push back, and just kind of like, you know, force him back basically, as I'm just using my might to subdue him.
Okay. Again, sounds like a force roll. And given the situation, I think let's go with 3 dice.
Okay. Right. 2 6s and a 1. So if that was the same as last time, that'd be 2 successes.
Okay. So, let's see here. Okay. How do you end this, Prince Dare?
Yeah, I imagine as he's like crippling this anti-He-Man under his strength, he sits there and pushes down to where this He-Man, like, his knees buckle as he just kind of like falls to his knees, and he looks at Nim and Shieldor and says, Get back to the gate. Get back to Eternia. See that the king and queen are safe. And now for you," as he like grabs him by the forearms and just like begins to like do this like spin move where he's just like, and as he spins on his heels, he just like launches him through just other stone as it just crushes just column after column as he flings him across the way.
Absolutely. Yeah, he just through one wall and into the next area. And there's a rousing montage of the transformed Prince Dare taking Anti-He-Man to task. Soon, all of you are able to make your way back to the gate victorious. And what I would like from each of you is an epilogue for your characters. What you do in the journey back to Eternia and what may follow afterwards.
I think Shieldor is just beaming with pride in some senses, but also feels a little bit useless. He's the bodyguard of He-Man, which is not a useful job. And I think he's like coming to terms with that, but over the years that follow, it'll become clear to him that even if He-Man doesn't need a bodyguard, he does need like a guardian and someone to like teach him things that aren't about fighting, things that Shieldor knows, maybe more than anyone in Eternia. But yeah, he definitely, I think, like when we make it back through that portal, and maybe He-Man becomes Prince Dare again, would put a hand on his shoulder and say, I always knew that you had it in you to be a hero.
Nim would be on the way back. He would take some time to process. This would be a big process. Processing, like, wait a minute, sword power turned He-Man. He-Man, wait a minute, and now he's Prince Dare. He-Man, wait a minute, what does that mean for him? And he's processing, and then just as he's getting back, he does congratulate Prince Dare about, you know, being a hero. And then it processes like, wait a minute, he needs other heroes. I can be there too. So he's like hoping that he's going to be part of the new He-Man's entourage of heroes. And looking at that, calculating all that, he has a smile and then grasps that he pulls out a necklace that he has a rune on. And it's an unusual shape. It's kind of like 4 little things with a round end. And it's a little bit of rune, and you will see that. He puts it back, and he's hoping one day that now that he's potentially a hero, that he will find future in that. I think there might be some comment about, does it glow all the? Can you make it glow? Do you have to? Your arm, you know, is there a certain angle you have to set it up to call the words? Is there a tone that you need to speak that? Is it your footing? Do you have to when the lightning comes down, does it go through your legs? And it just asks a ton of like technical specific questions, and it annoys them.
I figure Bikor is, for services rendered to the crown, is offered a Gatekeeper or, you know, Master of Scouts kind of thing, and he just deadpans, goes like, no. Can I make sure that I've got gas whenever I pass here? And there's a law that wherever in the kingdom he passes, you know, he can get gas. That's no problem. And you see him go in the setting sun because, of course.
I think as Dare returns, he comes back through the portal, and he's still in He-Man form, and as he'll use the Sword of Power as he points it towards the gate, and a swell of lightning will arc from the power sword and hit this portal, and the portal just kind of like collapses and eventually just kind of winks out of existence on its own. And with that, once the portal like collapses, he puts the sword back, and as he does, like you just see a flash, and it's Dare, And he looks at the three of you and his parents. I guess some legends are true after all. And it seems that the age of heroes is not yet over. Thank you, my friends, for being by my side and believing in me.
As we pan up and away, as we pan up and away from this small gathering of heroes just outside of this now closed gate, we leave Eternia, perhaps in better hands. But that's all I have for everyone this evening, so thank you very much for tuning in, whether you watched this evening along with us live or whether you may be watching at some point in the future. This was fantastic. Thank you guys so much for being wonderful players. Very sad that Connor couldn't join us this evening. We missed you, Connor. It would have been fantastic to have you here. We'll have to catch you next time. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can say any kind of parting words or once again let you know where you can find them on the internet before we will call it an evening. So, Lloyd, why don't you take us out?
Yeah, this was so much fun. It's like cheesy in the best way possible, in the exact way that this like franchise is, which is great. I had a blast. You can find me now on twitch.tv/Jarl DM if you want to go watch me talk to Keel, which is what I'll be doing most of the time. But I am running a game tomorrow as part of the AbTab pool party thing. It's got Locrius in it, so that's basically enough reason to come and watch it. They'll be playing as Drow, trying to kill each other on their way to the surface to kill elves. So yeah, you can catch me there. I also have books on drive-through if you want to look at those. It's called Iskloft. I wrote a book about Vikings in D&D. That's the most plug I've ever done, I think, in my whole life. But people keep telling me I should do more of it, so here we are. Thanks so much, Jeremy. That was great.
Absolutely, man. Super excited that you decided to be a part of this game, and thanks for coming back to the channel. I guess this technically was a part of the AbTab pool party, so yay, happy pool party, everybody. Hopefully I think that keeps going until Friday, I think. So yeah, hopefully there's still more stuff going on. So go check out all the stuff that's happening. Anybody who mentions a channel, you should be able to find that in the description of this game down below. I don't think I have your Twitch channel yet because it obviously just went live today. But if somebody will remind me, I will add that to the description so that you can click on that and check it out henceforth. All right, next up we have Jeff.
Well, thank you for the great game, everyone. Really enjoyed it. The get to play with great players is always fun. So I hope the outrageous accents didn't bother too much, and we'll fully cross paths in other games. Thank you again.
Absolutely. And it was a pleasure to have you back, Jeff. Like I said, we got to play Mad Max once before, and now He-Man as well. And your accent does not bother me in the least. You speak English incredibly well. So yeah, it was a pleasure to have you. All right, next up we have Alan.
Once again, Jeremy, awesome storytelling, very much the flavor and the themings of the Masters of the Universe. Loved it. Loved the players. You guys did awesome. And the game was just a blast. So thanks again for running this and putting this together. You can find me on socials at CFTRPG. I have a Twitch channel, a YouTube channel, and run RPGs and stuff like that. So you can catch me online there. So Fridays, we have a Middle Earth game going on. First of the month that's coming up, we do have an Iskloft game that is run by the Jarl DM himself. And we have some Savage Worlds games that play every other week. And we have a pirate game that both Lloyd and Jeremy are in that are going on my channel as well. So tune in for all that great stuff and hope to see you there.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for the next session of that game. The first one was an absolute blast, and I'm looking forward to seeing what some ship-to-ship combat is going to be like in that pirate game. So absolutely do come by and check that out. All right, last but certainly not least, we have Jay.
Hello, everyone. It's Jay. Neofed3 on the socials. Jeremy, thank you so much for inviting me. This was such a wonderful game. I'm so glad I was able to play this game, and all players, thank you so much for having an entertaining and fun and just an awesome game. I can be found GMing some Star Wars Edge of the Empire on some various channels. I have a new channel, or I have another channel that I'm back up called the Emporium for the Wayward Gamer. I'll put it in the chat, but it's twitch.tv Emporium Wayward Gamer. And I'm going to be doing some more stuff on that channel. It's my home channel that for some games and stuff like that in the future, and streaming some stuff. But otherwise, I do some stuff on Big Bearded Nerd 13, doing some Star Wars and some games with Jasper's Game Day charities. So that's what I am. Thank you again.
Absolutely, man. It is a pleasure. You guys did a great job. I wasn't sure how this game was going to play. This is a difficult genre to hit the right notes with and not have it be just a mess. So I was very, very happy with how this game turned out. So thank you very, very much. To everyone else out there, thank you very much. I love you all. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your week. And until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.